It's Thursday, January 30th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse Reichler. I am happy to have you here with me today. We're going to play tonight a game of the audience's choosing. But before we get started, let's check in with the chat. Let's see how everyone is doing. YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers. I apologize for the confusion. Last night I scheduled us to play a game last night on Wednesday, and instead Jonathan Warner said, "Oh, you want to play Seven Citadel?" Or I suggested, and we decided to play Seven Citadel, which we've just begun a new campaign. And so last night we played for about 6 hours the first real mission of the second threat of the Seven Citadel. You can see an 80-hour playthrough over the course of 14 sessions of the first threat. And last night was brutal, but it had a nice, happy ending. I do love that game. Okay, but that's last night. What else do we need to talk about before we get started here? Some bookkeeping. On Sunday, I will do a game design diary update for New York Noir, the game I've been working on for 2 years. I'm still not sure exactly what I'll talk about. I'll talk about progress on it. But I think maybe I'll focus on what I would love to find some volunteers who want to join the project could help with. All right, that's Sunday. It's possible we'll play again another game on Friday or Saturday. I'm still not sure yet. Previous to playing the Seven Citadel, we played a game called Until Proven Guilty, the Case of the Starry Sky Necklace right there. a legal courtroom mystery, which was surprisingly good. Didn't look like it was going to be that good, but actually did turn out to be quite good. Okay, the other exciting news is that last Sunday we finished after 6 weeks. Sundays are when we've come to play. We've sort of stumbled into it, but on Sundays at 1 p.m. Central Standard are when we play our play-by-mail games. Normally, recently, we've been playing Dear Holmes, which is 4 letters that come once a week. But for the last 6 weeks, we've been playing a custom improvised case written by Matt on the channel, and it really ended in an amazing finale. Really well done. So that was last week. And one of the regular viewers of the channel, who's sort of one of the top detectives here who play with me, has been inspired. And she has, in addition to writing some New York noir cases, has started writing a improv play-by-mail case that we're going to play. So she got inspired by watching the one we played the last couple weeks. And now, so I think my plan is going forward on Sunday to do the design diary and then a month of back to the normal Dear Holmes letters. And then after that month, play Anna's custom improv case. So if you haven't participated in one of those are one of the more unique things we've done on this channel because it's being written as we play it and it's more interactive. All right, let's see what else. And then at some point I need to do a channel update, and I think I'm going to do another mystery game tabletop news segment. Maybe I'll do that on Saturday. We'll see. All right, so but tonight we're going to play a game that the audience is going to choose. I normally get out a large collection of games, which I've done here. Normally I try to throw in some, what would you call it? Normally I throw in some small games that are like decoys, but today I haven't. Today I've asked myself, what would I like to play, and gotten out a couple of options for you. So I feel a little bit like in the mood for a puzzle game. But I'm not sure. I'm willing to defer to the audience if there's a strong feeling. All right, so before I go over these games that I've picked out for you to choose from, let's talk a little bit about the ground rules for choosing a game to play on the last minute with no notice. So I don't know how you guys, the issue of choosing a game to play as a board game group is always a sticky one. And I have clear memories when I used to get together with my group down at the board game stores. You know, there'd be 4 or 5 of us. We'd meet once a week. Choosing a game is difficult. Like, you have to find the game with the right number of players, and there's always someone who vetoes most things. Like, I don't want to play that. I don't want to play that. I don't want to play that. You're like, what do you want to play? And some people are just like, I don't care. I'll play whatever. And some people have very strong opinions. So I'm curious what your groups are like. For me, I don't often have a very strict thing of like, I want to play this. Normally, if the person I'm playing with has a strong opinion and is going to get some real pleasure out of playing a specific game, I'm happy to play it. So that's kind of how I feel. Although we haven't played a puzzle game in a while. And we've played a bunch of serious deductive mystery games. So I'm kind of itching for a little bit of a puzzle game, but I'm open to playing something else. So let me talk. Oh, that's the other thing. Sorry, I forgot. The other thing that's important to note is that normally the strategy for these unscheduled playthroughs is to pick a game that I think people aren't waiting for. So for the games that are like brand new, that I know some people might be interested in catching live, I try to give a couple days notice for those so people can anticipate those and plan around it. So when we play these unscheduled audience choice games, I try to pick games that we've played before, from a series we've played before. But maybe I'm too strict about that. Maybe that's stealing all the enjoyment out of picking a game if I always make you guys pick from games that we've already played before. So I guess I'm open to picking a game that's a little more unique. All right, so that's that. Now, let's talk about what I've got here. History Mysteries is a company that just kickstarted a new puzzle game called Roman something, which I backed. And these are their previous two games. You can see the tagline here is an escape room adventure for the whole family. So these tend to be a little bit on the easy side, as I understand it, but they are gorgeous. They're puzzle games, but like if you look at the art here of this, it really looks nice. So these are puzzle games. How much of a narrative, I'm not sure. Is there internet required? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Yes, it does require an internet. 1 to 2 hours, medium difficulty, beginner difficulty. Okay, so the Egyptian is beginner and medieval is medium. All right, so there's that, and we'll play the Roman one when it arrives. The newest game on the table, actually, we've got two really new games. This one just arrived. This is a game from a small little indie company in Britain called Sherlock Investigates. This is the only case they have currently, The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty. And inventory correction. Okay, anyway. This is a new cold case Sherlock Holmes game. It feels pretty substantial. The website actually says 2 to 4 hours. That might mean it would take 2 sessions for us. This is not the ideal game for us to play tonight. However, it is exciting that it's a brand new game by a brand new company, a brand new Sherlock Holmes deductive game. And they just started shipping to the US. Someone in the Discord was asking me if I knew anything about it, and I said I tried to order it a couple months ago, and you couldn't order it yet, and so now you can, and I ordered it. And that's the perfect segue to mention the Patreon supporters of this channel. The reason that I can buy, this game was like $60, $70 to have shipped to the US, and I just backed another game that was quite expensive. The reason I can purchase some of these more interesting games without knowing that much about them is because of the Patreon supporters of this channel. And you know that I have no relationship with any publisher. I do not get free review copies. I do not accept free review copies because I want us to be able to give our genuine, unbiased critique of the games. You know, if you've watched this channel, sometimes I get really angry at a game and give it a bad review and don't like it. And often I sing the praises of these games. But I don't like the idea of feeling uncomfortable reviewing a game that was given to me. So I like to purchase all the games, but it's because of the Patreon supporters of this channel that I can afford to buy games that I wouldn't otherwise buy and take a chance on them and bring more unusual games to the channel. If you are a viewer of this channel regularly and you're getting some value out of it, I really hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon supporter. Decide how much it's worth to you per month. Right now, we haven't had a new Patreon supporter in a month or so. That's okay. There's enough money there to pay for games, but boy, it feels good when someone new joins the Patreon. And you may have heard me in previous channel updates really sing the praises of that as a model. I really think the board game review culture in general, the YouTube review culture, is deeply troubling and broken, and the incentives are all messed up. Board game reviewers depend on review copies and cozy relationship with publishers in order to get the newest games. And they're making money off Kickstarter previews, which requires them to be friendly and cozy with game companies. It's really an ugly situation. And there is a solution. The solution is for you out there to directly fund the channels that you're getting some value of. And then it's just the channel, and you are the client of the channel. The channel's trying to make the audience, bring the audience useful information rather than really trying to cozy up to these companies. So I hope you will consider that. I will, as an aside, I do find it a little strange when you've got these big board game channels like the Dice Tower, which is making millions of dollars a year, and well-deserved. I mean, they're doing great work. Also run these fundraiser crowdfunding Kickstarters and ask for money from the audience. That I find a little odd. Like, you're making millions of dollars a year off companies paying you. Why are you also asking the viewers for money as if you depended on that? Anyway, okay, I guess in fairness, I don't depend on your support either. This channel is mostly for my own enjoyment. So whether you support the Patreon or not, the channel will keep going, but it does help and it does feel good. All right, sorry, that's my long-winded thing, but we have an agreement here. I'm not going to feel bad asking for your support, and you're not going to hold it against me. So that's Sherlock Investigates. I do want to play this soon. I don't know if tonight's the right night, especially given that it'll take a couple of hours. Now, the other game that's brand new is this one here, Lost in Adventure, The Labyrinth. So let's take a look at this. This is a brand new game, and it is a little bit reminiscent of Seventh Continent, Seventh Citadel. It looks like you put out maps, you explore these rooms, choose how to interact with objects and characters. In fact, if you look at the contents here, 1 hero pawn, 8 favor, 44 extra large scenery cards. So 44 cards that we're going to be walking around. 10 prophecy cards, don't know what that is. 40 item cards, that's always nice when you've got items. But then look at this, 80 interaction cards. So we've played a bunch of games that are experimenting with new ideas for interaction, combining items, using items on cards. We played recently a game called Backstories Under the Ice, which is now releasing a new game, a new spin-off in that series soon. So this looks like it's in that vein with some new mechanics for exploring and using objects. I'm quite interested in playing this. It says 90 to 120 minutes, so if you multiply that by 3, that could take us 6 hours. But probably not on the super hard side. A little bit puzzles, a little bit interaction. I'm not exactly sure what the mix of that is, but this is brand new. This just got released a couple of days ago. All right, so I am interested in playing that. And it looks like they might be actually trying to do a whole new series. There may be future games in this series, but I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's good or bad or what. And then we've got Shadows, Masters of Crime Shadows. We played one of the Masters of Crime's game previously. We played Vendetta, which I really liked. And there's now a series of 4 or so of these games. All of them have the same flavor and mechanics. It's a tiny bit of cold case, so there are some documents that you open up and reveal, but mostly you're going and talking to people. You can see 2 to 4 hours. That could be too long for one session. I forget if Vendetta took us 1 or 2 sessions. Internet's required. So a little bit of a cold case mystery game. Tiny bit of puzzle, but not much. But when we played Masters of Crime Vendetta, and I did a review of it, I believe I recorded a review of it, one of the things that was quite special is there were some psychological, moral choices that made it really fun, a really fun epilogue with choices as well. So there's that. This does fall in the category of there may be people that would like to join us for all of the Masters of Crime games. They might be upset that there was one played on short notice. But I'll leave that up to you. Then we've got an escape room puzzle game called Danger in the Deep that we've been meaning to play for a while. The follow-up to this game was Curse of the Dark, which we love. Now, I understand that this has much lighter narrative than Curse of the Dark, and Curse of the Dark was we loved the narrative for it. It was sort of a vampire hunting game. This might take us more than one session, and there might be people in the channel that have been looking forward to playing this. They might not be thrilled with us picking this. But this is going to be a puzzle-heavy game. And then we've got the last cold case series game that I have from Think Fun, called A Pinch of Murder. These are sort of shorter, lighter cold case games, but the recent ones have been quite good. We played End of the Line recently that I really like. This one looks like it might be chef related. So a standard cold case game, but maybe shorter. These don't seem to rank in difficulty. And then lastly, what I must admit I'm itching to play is another Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Deadbolt Mystery Society, for some reason, that really just fits that niche when I want a puzzle game that is consistently good with some narrative. And one of the people in the Discord, Joseph, keeps telling me, please play Conspiracy, please play Conspiracy. So it's very common that when we do these audience choice games that we play a Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Here is the one. This time I've picked out one specific one for you to choose from. Conspiracy. I am looking forward to it. If it was up to me, I might pick Conspiracy. And then maybe Lost in Adventure, and then maybe one of these. So this might be my series here to pick. Now I know I've been talking for 20 minutes. Let's see what the chat says. Thorpe says, Danger in the Deep is excellent. I don't think it would work for streaming. 4 separate booklets you have to sift through simultaneously at all times. Holy cow. Okay, so maybe not Danger in the Deep. Vampire Cave Gaming says, I would pick the Egyptian Enigma. TJ Moneycut says, I'd go for Conspiracy or Medieval Mishap. Well, let's bring up the vote. Let's see, where's our vote? I really need to do a better job of... There we go. Okay, let's do it that way. And then can I scroll out? I was messing with the... No, I can't scroll out. All right. Well, you'll just have to... Like that. All right. So if you want to vote, you just type vote and vote for what you want. So Derek, if you want to have your vote counted, you got to type vote, and then what you want. All right. 5 votes for Deadbolt Mystery Society so far. Conspiracy. We'll end up playing all of these eventually. It's just a matter of what we play tonight. Looks like we're going to be playing Conspiracy by Deadbolt Mystery Society. This is very unusual to have so many votes. What's happening? Normally in this channel, there's only like 5 people. Normally we have like 10 viewers, and most of them are not real. Only a couple vote. Now, while you're wrapping up voting here, if you're interested in us playing a specific game on the channel, you don't have to wait for one of these audience choice videos. Just stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel or the Discord for this channel. There's links to both of those on YouTube. And there's a on Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which is a little mini forum for this channel. There's one big thread called the Game Queue thread, where I list all the games. As I get a new game, I add it to that list. And that's where we sort of plan out what games to play when. And so if there's a particular game you're really interested in playing, and maybe your schedule restricts you to only playing in certain times, or maybe you don't care if we play it live, you'll watch it afterwards, or you only want a review of it. But anyway, point is, if there's a game you particularly want to see played, jump on the Board Game Geek Guild or the Discord and just let me know that there's a particular game you're interested in, and that will push it higher up on the list. All right, well, we are done with our vote here. We're going to play a good old standard Deadbolt Mystery Society, and we're finally going to play Conspiracy. So we will stop the vote. How do I do that? All right. Conspiracy it is. Is there anything else we should talk about? I do ask you guys every time to tell me what projects you're working on. I'm very curious what hobbies you have, what projects you're working on. Movies? Did anyone watch the movie that was homework for our last playthrough? What movie was homework for our last playthrough? The Manchurian Candidate. All right. Deadbolt Mystery Society Conspiracy. So we don't need this green screen thing. Take this away. Not the new Manchurian Candidate. The old one, the original one with Frank Sinatra and Angela Lansbury, of all people. Classic, influential. Simeon says, I'm playing Call of Cthulhu Alone Against solo RPG. Well, I've started looking into RPGs a little. They're not really my thing, but I had some idea to make an RPG out of New York Noir. And Dorp recognizes another viewer having a channel called Quarter to Three. Buddha Bella watched Manchurian Candidate, says it's an awesome movie. Therese says I'm playing Killing Affair Jigsaw Murder Mystery Puzzle. Okay, Tom Chick says, I don't know Manchurian Candidate, but I have a soft spot for the Parallax View. All right, Parallax View is a great classic movie. If you haven't seen that, that is like the paranoia movie. That's like pure 70s conspiracy theory paranoia. It's a great movie, but now you really do need to go watch The Manchurian Candidate, because that's in a sort of different class. It's worth watching. Not the new one, the old one. All right, here we go. Conspiracy. Nelson is playing Final Girl. I've played Final Girl. One of my friends here in town loves Final Girl. I didn't love it. It's a little, I didn't feel enough in control of it. The idea is brilliant to have these different themed horror movies with slightly different rules. The production of these different games in the series are amazing. I just did not love the gameplay. The game that I am really interested in just got announced, and that's the Pandemic Lord of the Rings spin-off that looks really extraordinary. So I'm not sure how I'm going to end up playing that, since Greg and I don't get together anymore, but boy, that looks good. Denzel really had a thing for horrible remakes of classics. Yeah, it's a good point. He remade Manchurian Candidate and Taking of Pelham 123, which is another classic 1970s great movie in New York City, but that may be a little more dated. But that's also got one of my favorite people, Walter Matthau. All right, so I'm trying to think if conspiracy, someone said, was particularly long. All right, well, I've just emptied the box here. It does look like it's got a lot in it. All right, let's get started. We'll review. These are the normal. We played several dozen of these Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. They tend to be consistently good. The rules are always the same. You can go to the website if you're missing files to get a list of contents to reset the box. You have to read everything. Often you have to combine pieces of evidence. You have to solve everything before you try to solve the end. There's a major use of QR codes, which we will use the tablet to scan. There are hints if you need it. All right, let's read our beginning brief. Are we ready? He also did, didn't Man on Fire, I didn't know that was a remake. Didn't he also remake a more recent version of Seven Samurai became the Magnificent Seven, and then they remade the Magnificent Seven? Wasn't Denzel Washington in that too? All right, we're going to play this now. You can still buy this game. If you watch and join me for this playthrough, you will have the mystery spoiled for you. So you should stop watching now if you plan to play this yourself. All right, here we go. Let's see what this is all about. You've showered and brushed your teeth, as is your normal custom. You've had your oatmeal and hot coffee. You have the newspaper spread out in front of you and are scouring the classifieds as you normally do before heading into work at the Will Street Detective Agency. It's just another day in a long line of routine days, or so you think, until you notice the following peculiar classified ad from the Valley Falls Observer. 1. Railroad depot closes after a century. 2. Is there life after death? 3. Politician caught in a steamy scandal. 4. Meteor shower visible this weekend. 5. Apartment complex to be torn down. 6. Youth center ribbon cutting. 7. Obesity on the rise in Valley Falls. 8. Religious mania drives man to murder. The master of puzzles will tell you what you need to know. Okay, well, I already see something right here. What do we call this again? Look what it says. RIPMAYOR. It sounds like Ripman. Oh, here he is. He's mentioning it. All right. I wasn't doing anything. It wasn't going to tell us. What's it called again? Starts with an A and acrostic. That's right, an acrostic. Years of training to observe the smallest detail subconsciously kicks in, and you can't help noticing two things. One, the first letter of each line spells out the words R.I.P. Mayor. Second, each of the lines in the ad references a specific article from the newspaper you're holding, which is strange since those who place classified ads typically have no advanced knowledge of how certain headlines will read. None of this can be simple coincidence. You've seen the news and are well aware of the contentious mayoral election coming up. Despite being highly despised by most of the local pundits, incumbent mayor Vincent Axworth has somehow managed to maintain a lead in all of the polls. Doesn't surprise you to think that somehow someone might be plotting to kill the mayor before the election. However, the fact that they would bury such a message in the classified section of the paper strikes you as odd and hints at something bigger. You're always up for a good conspiracy theory and decide to see where this leads, if anywhere. You notice that the 8 headlines in the ad are all numbered and seem to correspond in some ways to the 8 lines in the Master of Puzzles section. Upon closer inspection, you also realize that there are 8 ads which correspond to each of the 8 headline stories. Could there be other bits of information hidden in the newspaper? This definitely bears further investigation. You should speak to the editor-in-chief, Otto Barnaby, first. See what he has to say. Then scour the news articles mentioned and see if you can solve the Master of Puzzles in this week's paper. Go wherever the trail takes you and determine what is really going on. So it tells us how to start, talk to the editor, but I just want to show you that it looks like there is a full little newspaper with this game, and that's what it's referring to. So we'll be going through this. But it suggests that we start by talking to the editor-in-chief, Otto Barnaby, which I see is right here. Interview with Otto Barnaby, editor-in-chief. This issue of Valley Falls Observer may be the one that ruins me. 8 articles have been changed, and I have no idea who might be behind it or why they did it. Whoever's responsible did leave a flash drive behind, but no one here knows the password, or rather, no one here is telling what they know. The list of those who had the opportunity to do such a thing is relatively small, and it's confined to the reporters who wrote the articles. I'm still not sure what happened here, but I want someone's head on a platter. Was it you? No, of course, wouldn't be you. You're smart, and you aren't smart enough to do something like this. No offense. Besides, you're investigating this whole thing. Which means I want answers, pronto. I want you to find them. I'll pay top dollar for the name of the culprit who tampered with all the articles in this week's paper. And I want it now. Do whatever you need to do. Talk to whoever you need to talk to. Just get me some answers. Yes, I realize you don't work for me. Not yet, anyway. But I'm the editor-in-chief of this rag, and I'm a good friend to have, influential in certain circles. You never know when I might have a tip on a case you're working on and how valuable that tip might be. Now, if you want my advice on how to work this, I'd take each headline from the classified ad and find the hidden message contained within the article. The corresponding ad that relates to the headline topic will probably help with that. Then use your answer in the Master of Puzzles. But enough about that. I've got to come up with a way to spin this. I need to let our subscribers know that there's a perfectly good explanation for the printed trash they received in their mailboxes. Are you still here? Don't you have something to do? Move! Bring me the name of the person who ruined my newspaper now. Okay, so an insider in the newspaper has changed all the headlines to match the puzzle, which seems like a threat to the mayor. And he had a suggestion of how he thought we should attack this case. Go through the newspaper, look for each headline mentioned here, I guess. Find the hidden message in the article. And then use the ad to help. And then use your answer in the master of puzzles. Okay, not exactly clear how we use it, but let's... Okay, actually, what's happening? There's 2 newspapers? I think maybe this is just... They packed 2 by mistake. I don't think there's supposed to be 2. We'll have to check, make sure nothing has changed, but... So I sometimes buy the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes used, but this one is not used. I think 2 just snuck in. We'll double check that. We can check the list of contents if we weren't sure. Before we get into this, this is part of our game. That's the USB stick, but this little sticker and this card is just a gimmick that the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes do. For collectors, this will be something about the villain in this case. We're not going to look at that. Sometimes that gives something away. We'll just put that away. This is part of our game. I assume this is just the sticker. Yeah, sometimes they include stickers. This is just the sticker for this game. All right, so just to look at the other items in this box, there's nothing else for us to do. There's a big, heavy envelope. About as heavy as any envelope in Deadbolt Mystery Society I've ever seen. Don't open until instructed, don't open until instructed. So there's really nothing for us to do other than go through the newspaper. And then this USB stick that he said no one knows the password for. And I can see it's got some symbol. It looks like a star, like a compass star. And this will be a QR code. So right now, this is the only puzzle we know about. If we scan this, we're going to get an encrypted PDF that wants a password. So you might guess that the password is an 8-digit thing. We don't know if we open this. Might we get a clue about how long it is? No. But somehow, whatever the answer, the first answer might be... The answer we have to get by going through the paper might be the password for this USB stick, unless there's some additional puzzle in here. Unless there's another QR code, that's the only place for us to go. Yes, okay, so it sounds like maybe this is all about opening up the USB stick. All right, why don't we take our first break a little early here to give you a chance to sign off, say goodnight if you're not going to join me for this. For the rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes. I was just looking up other conspiracy movies. In addition to The Parallax View, which is a great one, and The Manchurian Candidate, which might be my favorite, there are a couple others in the time period that you might want to check out if you're still looking for homework. If you've watched all of those, 3 Days of the Condor with Robert Redford and Max von Sydow, is that his name, as the villain, is a little uneven at times, but the opening is I can't say anything about it. If you haven't seen 3 Days of the Condor, you should absolutely check it out. It doesn't hold up as well maybe as a total movie, but boy, it's got some great scenes in it. And the other one that I just saw on a list here, that's a classic, again, all 70s, is All the President's Men, which is another Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman movie. If you haven't seen that, I mean, you should have seen that, but if you haven't seen that, you've got a couple of movies now as your little homework. Tom Chick says there's a great telephone cord scene in 3 Days of the Condor. There are some really good scenes in that movie, and that's my favorite. I watch movies for those scenes, and I can't say anything more about it without spoiling it. But it's like your jaw drops and you're like, what? All right, here we go. We're going to try to make sense of this 8 headlines, 8. And he seems to think for each one, there's going to be some piece of an answer. Okay, so here's a railroad depot closes after a century. This one says railroad closes after a century. These are, okay. Let me just see. Let me just look at, I see a whole bunch of stuff. I see some weird symbols. So let me try to get this so we can all see the whole page. Okay, so there's weird symbols. Let's just take a glance at this and see what jumps out at us. Weird little symbols occasionally. Weird text here. Religious mania drives man to murder. Religious mania drives man to murder. So this headline is unchanged. This one says railroad closes. This says railroad depot closes. Is there life after death? Is there life after death? Politician caught in steamy scandal. Meteor shower visible this weekend. Obesity on the rise in Valley Falls. Strange lights. No, this one is not on our list. Apartment complex to be torn down. Grady apartment complex will be demolished. So some of these headlines have changed. He was complaining about changed headlines. They certainly don't seem like they're changed in any substantial way. Okay, and here is Master of Puzzles. Okay, so here we go. It looks like this is the puzzle we're meant to solve. One from each article. When we do solve it, we'll have a word. An 8-letter word, which will surely be the answer to this USB key. All right. Let's do what he suggests. Let's look at our first article. He said each article seems to have an ad associated with it. Okay, Valley Falls Observer, railroad closes after a century. And we do note that, I'll try to get this, the views and keep it. Okay, so we know this is supposed to be Railroad Depot closes after Century. I don't know if that's significant. By Annapol, a local institution recently came to an end this past Friday when the Bernard P. Wilkins Railroad Depot closed its doors. The move came as the HSRR administration announced a decline in revenue and severe damage to the building from extreme graffiti. The closure affected nearly 100 workers and is seen as a permanent cap to help staunch losses. Members of the Valley Falls Historical Society hope to create a petition to have the depot named as a historical site with tours that run on the hour. Okay, so here's the article, and this looks like the ad that's related to it. Tired of working a dead-end job? Tired of barely being able to pay your bills? Are you one of the Hewitt-Simmons Railroad workers, HSRR, displaced by the depot closure? Apply today. Find a fulfilling career with Waste Professionals. Immediate openings available. Salary plus benefits. Don't be the last in line and miss out on one of these highly coveted positions. Okay, so this sounds like a clue. Last in line. Last in line? Would that mean hour? Last in line? Or last word in line? Okay, now before we try to solve this, this is what we're looking for. A 6-letter word. Okay, so puzzle one is 6 letters. Okay, ready that time. 6 letters. Okay, so it feels like the clue here is don't be last in line. So something in this article is a 6-letter word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SNIPER. There we go. Okay, so sniper. Sniper is going to be the answer to our first puzzle. SNIPER. Sniper, 6 letters. That's our answer here. And so the first letter of our password is going to be an S. That's how this works. Okay, now, with that said, let me remind you about how we work together to solve these mysteries. I don't want to get the answer given to me. The point of these playthroughs is not to, well, when we get a hard puzzle that we get stuck on, after a while, I'd be thrilled to get help from the channel. But in general, if you see the solution to a puzzle, you should just type in the chat, I see it, I've got it, let me know if you need hints. And then if we get stuck, we'll go to the chat, and that way you won't spoil it for someone else in the chat. So don't shout out the answer when you see it, but you could talk about things you notice, etc. Dorp says, looks like Deadbolt has really cut back on the one-time pass boxes available, only 6 right now. They sort of cycle them in and out, and you can get them used on eBay pretty frequently. Plus, they're moving a lot of their older mysteries to print and play. Yes, I saw that. Okay. Next. We could go through these in order. Why not? Is there life after death? Okay. Now, of course, we haven't done these symbols yet. But let's try doing it this way. And when we get stuck, we'll just move to the next one. Is there life after death? By Thurston Billingsley. Scientists at but missing a T. At the University of Valley Falls have recently done a series of experiments to determine what happens. Okay, so you can see there are letters missing. So we've got a T missing and then an H missing. What happens at the time of death? The team, looks like an E is missing, led by Dr. Perkins Grant, has studied the vitals of numerous individuals who are on the verge of passing from this life into the next. Monitoring such things as breathing patterns, heart rate, pulse, and brain waves. The team has devised a comprehensive series of tests to determine if there are measurable changes that take place at the moment of death. One such experiment, which involves placing the subject on a scale and monitoring their weight as they pass away, has determined that there is a minuscule loss of weight that occurs with the last breath. In Dr. Rand's general opinion, this may prove the existence of a soul. Also part of the team is Dr. Bert Palicki. Palicki, in addition, I guess we're missing an A, to being a skilled neuroscientist, is also a Presbyterian minister. His research is focused almost exclusively on what happens in the brain at the time of death, and much of the data he has found suggests that there is a massive dispersal of energy in the cerebral cortex at the moment of death. Where does this energy go? Palicki asks. That is what we're trying to determine. My goal with these experiments is to find the place where my own beliefs and science intersect. I don't believe the two are mutually exclusive. Dr. Grant's team is funded by a grant from the Martinson Synergistic Genomics Project. Okay, the Nightingale. So what have I missed one? That was an A. Yes, I did miss one. Research. Addition skilled research. Nightingale. This isn't a word separator. The Nightingale. Okay, now, is there life after death? Where is the ad related to this one? Would that have given it to us? So far, these are quite easy. Is there not even an ad for this one? Oh, look at this weird thing. Maybe this is the ad related to that. Edna Morganson passed away. Learning was her passion. However, she had a passionate disdain for misspelled words. In fact, nothing could sour her mood quicker. Okay, not that it matters, but because, well, maybe it does. Okay, so is this going to be Nightingale? Let's see. N-I-G-H-T. No? Okay, how about the Nightingale? T-H-E-N-I-G-H-T-I-N-G-A-L-E. The Nightingale. T-H-E-N-I-G-H-T. Okay, so that's our second letter, S, and then T. All right. I hope these get a little more challenging, although not famous last words. Politician caught in a steamy scandal. So this looks like it's probably the ad related to that. Where is our article about politician caught in steamy scandal? Here. Okay, so let's take a look at this ad first then. The alderman race is heating up. All 12 wards are up for election. There's a weird symbol here. Chaz Folks needs you. Please consider volunteering if you support Chaz. Be sure to vote and help pass sentence on the current administration. Here are the current odds for the incumbent in each ward. Be sure to tell your neighbor about Chaz. Every word you say, right down to the letter, counts. Every word you say, right down to the letter, counts. That's funny. It sounds like it's a little play on words. Every word you say, I wonder if it's like write down, W-R-I-T, write down the letter counts. 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11. Note these aren't all 12 words. We've only got 7 entries here. And here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a 7-letter word. So it sounds like this is going to be a word. All right, let's look at the article. Politician caught in steamy scandal. Well, we've got 12 wards, and here are 12. So I think what it's going to be is, this could be like a book code. So look at the first ward, 8th word, first letter, second word, 13th word, second letter, something like that. Let's just see if that works. So in that case, it wouldn't matter what the content here. So first 1, 8, 1. All right, let's do our thing here. So this is puzzle 3. We've got 7 letters. 5, 6, 7. This is 8, 1, 13, 2, and 5 is 14, 3, 7 is 6, 8. Guess I could have done this slightly differently. 9 is 11, 3, 10 is 2, 1, 11 is 8, 1. All right, let's see if we can make sense of that. All right, so one possibility is that we're now looking at paragraph 1, 8th word, first character, possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. First character would be a T. Second line, 13th word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Second letter is an H. Then we would jump down to 5 and look for 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Third letter is R. That's not very promising. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 3. Okay, so far looks like maybe this is wrong. Let's keep going now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eighth letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, now it's looking good again. Guess we're going to see like 3 something. 9th paragraph, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Third letter is E. Second word, first letter is an A on 10. And on 11, 8th word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Okay. So let's make sure that fits. Threeam. A is our letter for puzzle 3. So far we have S, E, A. All right. Next puzzle is about the meteor shower. There's our article. Meteor shower visible this weekend. And where is our ad? Is it going to be this weekly forecast? Let's see. Let us spell it out for you. The longest day of the week will get rain. The 3 days after will get rain and hail. 2 days before the hailstorm will be sunny. The day with sun, however, is not the day you imagine. Imagined day, in fact, will be windy with a light drizzle. 2 days before the rainy day will have thunderstorms. Fast forward 24 hours and you'll have wind gusts and flooding. Thankfully, it will only be partly cloudy 72 hours after that. Okay, little constraint logic puzzle. And then what have we got here? 90, 78. Monday, 8, 9, 8, 10, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's the days of the week. This paper is from Sunday, August 8th. So tomorrow is Monday the 9th. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay. Well, I don't see how that helps us come up with this, but let's see. Meteor shower visible this weekend by Richard Mackenzie. Valley Falls residents who look into the sky next week should be in for a treat if they look into the heavens at the right time. The meteor shower will take place the week of August 9th through the 15th. There's only one day that will be optimal to see the meteor shower, according to the weather forecast. That day will likely be partly cloudy, but have no chance of precipitation. What day is that? We leave that to you to determine. Okay, so now it is clearly that. All right, so the answer to this one is the day that's partly cloudy with no chance of precipitation. This is puzzle 4, so it's going to be a day of the week that fits in here. Like, is it Tuesday, Tuesday? No. Monday, Monday. So it sounds like they're only going to be, it can't be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but it could be Friday, Friday. Sunday, Sunday. So Monday, Friday, Sunday. It's going to be one of those. And as soon as we got one letter, okay, but we can't get one letter because we're going to have to solve this to get it. Even if we could guess it, we might as well try to solve it. All right, let's work on this together. All right, little bit logic puzzle here. So those are our days. Okay, and then I guess temperature could be relevant. The longest day of the week will get rain. Okay, longest day of the week will get rain. Is that the longest day of the week? In other words, let's write out our days. Monday, Tuesday. You can see, well, people who are less methodical than me should be able to get these things much faster, but I take the long way around. So is Wednesday our longest day? 369, yes. Okay. So this seems to suggest the longest day of the week will get rain. I think what that means. 3 days after that, we get rain and hail. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we get rain and hail. All right. 2 days before the hailstorm will be sunny. Assuming this means this is the hailstorm, then we know it's supposed to be sunny on Thursday. The day with sun, however, is not the day you imagine. The imagined day, in fact, will be windy with a light drizzle. I think it's just saying that this windy with drizzle. It's just saying that Sunday is the day you would imagine with sun. 2 days before the rainy day, yes, that means the day that there's just rain. 2 days before the rainy day will be thunderstorms. Fast forward 24 hours and you have wind gusts and flooding. Thankfully, it will only be partly cloudy 72 hours after that. So wind gusts and flooding, and then 72 hours, which is in 1, 2, 3 days. Partly cloudy. Okay, and I think that's our answer here. We said it was the day that's partly cloudy, which is going to be our Friday, which is something that fits right in F-R-I, F-R-I-D-A-Y. So it's Friday with an R for our fourth puzzle. Okay, so far very straightforward. Not even requiring us to stop and think, but don't worry. Deadbolt Mystery Societies are never that easy. Although could someone look up what the rated difficulty of conspiracy is? So the way Deadbolt Mystery Society works is there's hundreds of boxes in this series. They tend to be quite good. When they release it, they don't rate its difficulty. It's Deadbolt Mystery Society is a subscription-based service that's been running for several years. And then they get feedback from subscribers how difficult each box was. And then they go back and they add the difficulty to the cases. And there's a big PDF with every case, when it was released and how difficult it was. So it would be nice if someone, I have it. I'll get it during the next break if no one looks it up. I've got a printout somewhere of the cases. All right, but so far we've got the first four more to go. I mean, this isn't unpleasant, so our next one is apartment complex to be torn down. All right, where is our apartment complex to be torn down? Okay, so here is our apartment complex, and here's our ad. Let's start with the ad. Tenants wanted for new apartment complex on Dungeness Avenue. Fully remodeled, refurbished units. Nice. New drapes, doors, windows, lighting, faucets, appliances, and countertops. Applications taken in the office. Other apartment buildings may have things we don't. Feel free to compare. Add up the differences. We're sure you'll see we are the best. Open house coming up. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. All right, so it sounds like it's a spot the differences thing. I wonder if it's going to be that these are going to be described. No, let's see. Okay, help wanted. That's a separate ad. Okay, spot the differences. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. Okay. Grady apartment complex will be demolished. Salvage sale this Thursday only. Items for bid and the number available. 211 doors, windows, light fixtures, faucets, rolls of wire, 10-foot sections of galvanized pipe, door hardware, refrigerators, stoves, washers, dryers, bookcases, shelving units, curtains, drapes, tables, chairs, and countertops. Okay, so this is the first one we've looked at that is not immediately obvious to me what it means, how to solve it. So don't shout out the answer if you get it. You can just say if you've got it. This is 5, so it's going to be a long phrase here or something. And our clue is add up the differences. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. Add up the differences. Salvage sale this Thursday only. Save the date, the month and day. Well, August the 8th is a Sunday. And we don't even have to look. Thursday is 8/12. So this Thursday is 8/12. Add up the differences. So I wonder if the solution to this isn't going to be one of these. And I wonder if it's going to be add up the differences, save the date, or in this case, the month and day. So if you look, if it really meant add up the differences, should we be looking for a series of numbers where the differences are 8 and 12? How is that going to happen? Okay, well, here's 8. 9 minus 1. So I wonder if this isn't going to be shelving unit. And then how do we get a 12 though? 13 minus 1 is 12. We add up the 77 plus 6, that's 13 minus 1. I wonder if this is going to be tables. Let's see if that fits. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 letters. Okay, tables is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Well, that doesn't work. I thought that was going to be it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Well, I thought that was going to be it. All right, let me go back to this now. Are there any other add up the differences? Add up the differences. Let me just see if we have other possibilities for these two entries. But how about this? I did this in reverse, didn't I? I subtracted 9 plus 1, but then I tried subtracting 7 plus 6 minus 1, but I should be doing it the other way, right? 17 minus 6 is 11. So let's try, how about 9 minus 8? 20 minus 4 is 16. I'm looking for 12. 14 minus 1 is 13. 10 minus 4 is 6. 11 minus 2 is 9. Boy, I'm not getting a 12 then. Am I adding? Maybe I shouldn't be. 21 minus 1 is 10. 50 minus 1, 10 minus 4. Seventeen minus 6 is 11. Thursday, 27th. Boy, that just seems like it's the right thing to do. Monday is the 8th. 9th is Monday. 10th, 11th, 12th. Oh, that seemed right. Add up the differences. Well, the other possibility is that I should be looking at 6 minus 5, 5 minus 2, and adding those up. So 9 minus 1 is 8. That's fine. So for a 3-digit number, let's see if we can find a sequence. 5 minus 0. No, we were looking for a descending sequence. Doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't have to be descending. 6 minus 5 is 1. 5 minus 2 is 3. Now we're looking for 12. Or are we looking for a 1 and a 2? What if we're looking for a 1 and a 2? 3 words. But our problem is this 8. Shelving units. It's too many words. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I mean, even if you don't, oh, maybe it's just, well, in this case, the month and day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If you put a space in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So, I mean, is it just shelving units? That does seem wrong. That would just be that doesn't make sense. But if that's wrong, then it can't be shelving units. Hmm. I mean, shelving units would fit in here. UNITS. But then we wouldn't be using any of the other, we wouldn't be using the fact that it's Thursday. That doesn't make sense. So why is it not shelving units? Add up differences. Well, sure, you'll see our best. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. Boy, that seemed like the right thing. Month and day. How else do we get an 8? Shouldn't I be looking for an 8 and a 1 and a 2? My gut tells me it has to make use of the month and the day. Add up the differences. I wonder, do you think, I mean, you could take the differences between each full number, but that would be a very annoying thing to have to calculate. And what would you get? What would you get out of that? That doesn't make sense. No, we need a number for each of these. And we're trying to match it to 8, 12. My gut tells me we're going to have a combination of things. If it's 14 letters, then what are we looking for? A 6 and an 8, maybe. Or a 5 and a 7. For example, doors and windows. Not a 6 and a 6 and an 8. Add up differences. Let's just walk through it for a second. 2 minus 1 minus 1, if that's what it means. 4. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. Save the month, save the date. That suggests to me that each of these is going to get a number, and we're going to pick the month, which is the 8, and the day, which is the 12th, and those are going to combine to get our thing. Now, why am I having trouble finding adding up the differences? We just look at digits. Then shelving units jump out. Okay, well, here's a 12 tables. The difference between 1 and 7 is 6. No, why did I think this was a 12? Difference between 1 and 7 is 6 plus 6 is 12. It's not too many different ways to combine things. The difference between 2 and 7 is 5, and between 7 and 8 is 1. That's a 6. How are we going to get a 12? Uh, would we add up every possible difference? Like, difference between 1 and 7 is 6, 1 and 6 is 5, 7 and 6 is 1, and 6 and 1 is 5. Does it really want us to do that? Seems overly complicated for puzzles that have so far been so simple. It's just too much, isn't it? Difference between 2 and 1 is 1. Between 2 and 1 is 1. 1 and 1 is 0. Just to do that. Every combination in the head. 3-digit number just doesn't seem right. Let me just look at it for tables. If we have a 3-digit number, 176, then we're saying the difference between 1 and 7 is 6. Between 7 and 1 is 1. And then we've done this pair. We've done this pair. We just haven't done this pair. 5. And that is a 12. But then the problem with that is that the shelving units would be our 8. So it would be shelving units and tables. That doesn't make sense. That won't fit. Won't fit no matter how you try to do it. All right, let's try not to do. Now, in the past, I'll sit here for an hour and then I get angry and then I get angry at the chat, but let's just go to the chat and see if someone has figured out. There is supposed to be 2 copies of the newspaper in the box. It's not a mistake. Well, that's interesting. Well, that actually sounds like it's probably the answer to this puzzle. Let's see if indeed it is going to be differences. Are there differences? Nope. Boy, that's twice wrong. And Nelson has looked up the rating and it is a 7.5. That is on the hard side. So maybe it's differences in the photo. All right, let's slow down for a second. Let's slow down for a second. Okay, one thing at a time. First of all, the difficulty of 7.5 suggests that our easy time with the first few clues is a mirage and that this game is going to get more difficult. Melissa says there is supposed to be 2 copies of the paper, so we put that aside, but we're obviously going to need that information. Boy, they look the same to me. That's troublesome. So then I thought, okay, well, that is going to be the answer to this, why we were stuck here, because I thought now, add up the differences. I thought these numbers are going to be different. They're all identical. All right. Are there differences in the photos then? This is a very strange situation we're in. And what would this... All right, I'm not going to look at the chat for a bit because I feel like I'm going to get angry. All right. Well, I mean, that's very helpful to know that there's supposed to be two papers. I'm just trying not to have my brain pulled in all different directions. Papers look identical to me. Is it possible that we've got two copies of the same paper and we're supposed to have different papers? Mm. We may have to use our bullet system soon. We're operating on the 5-bullet system, which means when we get a puzzle that I get very frustrated about and don't like the solution, we give it a bullet. Well, it's too early for that, but this is just a very confusing situation that all of the puzzles have been super easy, and now we've got one that doesn't seem that hard. It seems like it's got a solution, except for the fact that now there's a suggestion that the two papers are important and are part of it, and now it says differences. So now I'm trying to think, do we need this other paper? Let's look at these again. Drapes, doors, windows, lighting, faucets, appliances, and countertops. Appliances taken in the applications taken in the office, other apartment buildings may have things we don't. Feel free to compare. Add up the differences. You'll see that we are the best. Boy, we better first of all mark up these papers so we don't mix them up. I'm going to put blue on the one we've been using, red on the spare that I thought was a double. I think that's what I've done. Oh boy. All right, I have to not look at the chat for a bit. So, what would we do? First of all, so far the ads have just been helping us figure out what to do. These papers look identical. The photos look identical. There's always one of these bad situations where like the permutations start to grow. Like, is there a problem? Are there two papers and they should be different, but they're not? Then we get stuck forever. Why am I being suggested that the two papers are different? Is that key to this puzzle? What would you do with the differences if you found differences in the photos? I thought we were going to find differences in these numbers. Add up the differences. We're sure you'll see we are the best. Save the date, or in this case, the month and date. And it's this article that we're supposed to be focused on, not the ad. All right, well, let's look at differences in the words. Sale this Thursday. Items for bid, number available. Doors 211, windows 352, light fixtures 652, faucets 501, rolls of wire, 10-foot sections of galvanized pipe, door hardware, refrigerators, stoves, washers, dryers, bookcases, shelving units, curtains, drapes, panels, tables, chairs, countertops. Okay, I feel like this comment for me that the papers, they're supposed to be 2, is driving me in the wrong direction. So I'm going to try to ignore it for a bit, pretend that I wasn't sent down that rabbit hole. Because it seems to me that this is self-contained. On the other hand, add up the differences, save the date, or in this case, the month and day, and we're told it's Thursday, this Thursday, so that's 8/12. Feels to me like should be looking for 8 and a 12. The part that's really troubling, though, is that if we subtract 9 from 1, we get 8, and then we get shelving units, which does fit in here if we use the space. Okay, I tell you what I think we should do. We should move on past this one, because if this is a password and we don't get one of them, then we can infer the other. So I'm going to, if we wrote shelving units, SHELVING space UNITS, then this would be a U. I don't think this is the right answer, but we're just going to write this down and move along, because the whole thing with differences in 2 newspapers is driving me a little batty. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll move on to the next puzzle. We're going to make a note that puzzle 5 is a big question mark. Doesn't quite seem right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back, and I'm going to try not to get so angry. The channel recommended that I not be so stubborn in not taking help from the channel. Thorpe thinks he's figured something out, possibly, so let's see. So we're going to the chat. Melissa said, I wasn't trying to give you a hint about the two papers. I was just pointing out that the content says there are two copies. Okay, so that solves that issue. Dorp says, I tried something on a whim. I think I got the answer, but it's stupid. If it really is the answer, this puzzle definitely deserves a bullet. Okay, Dorp, let's hear what you figured out. Let's hear what you noticed, what you saw. It's hard to have conversations with YouTube because of the delay. So I'm just going to look at this, waiting for your answer to come. Please try to give it in a way that I can follow. I was still looking at this, trying to see how do we get a add up the differences. To me, that really feels like it's got to be, and then save the date, or in this case, the month and the day. Save the date. That's a weird thing. The items that aren't mentioned in the list, I thought it was the ones mentioned minus the ones that aren't. Drapes, doors, windows, lighting, faucets, appliances, and countertops. That's an interesting idea. Drapes, doors, windows, lighting, faucets, appliances, and countertops. But how can that work? Because we've got galvanized pipe. All right. Well, I'm not following what you're saying, so you're going to have to explain it more clearly in a single text message. Otherwise, we'll just skip this puzzle for now. Other apartment buildings may have things we don't. Feel free to compare. I mean, I like the thinking. Drapes, doors, windows, lighting, faucets. Doors, windows, lighting, faucets. No mention of galvanized pipe. No mention of rolls of wire. No mention of door hardware, refrigerator, stove. I don't see how this can be useful for us. Add up the differences. I don't see how to make this use. Okay, add up the items that are mentioned in the list in the article. Sorry. Okay, I can't use that. So we're just going to move on. Let's go to the next puzzle. Sorry, I'm trying not to get angry, but I can't do it. Can't do it. YouTube doesn't allow us to have conversations. The delay is too great. If you say something that's sort of slightly hinting towards what to do, by the time we tried to have a conversation, we'd all be going crazy. So we're going to move along. We're going to move along to puzzle 6, youth center ribbon cutting. We will return to that puzzle, so we'll come back to it. You can try to figure out a way to explain it so that I can follow, but for now we're going to move on. There is a skill to being able to let go. There's a term in neuroscience called perseveration. It's a common problem that people with brain injuries get. They perseverate. They can't break free. You put a hammer in front of them. They use the hammer. They can't stop. So we're going to practice the skill of breaking free, and we're going to move along. Puzzle 6, youth center ribbon cutting. And then, you take a break and maybe your mind is fresh at some point and you can see things with fresh eyes. Okay, it looks to me, well, obesity sounds like it's this one, this ad, but then youth center, I see ribbon has ribbon. Where would be the ad for the youth center, though? Everything is supposed to have an ad, right? Here, this looks like it might. This be youth center? Yes, the youth center. Okay, so here's our ad. Make your mark on Valley Falls. Be a symbol for good in your community. Volunteer at the Horace P. Howard Youth Center today. Consider being a substitute mentor today. But symbol is the thing that's bolded here. All right, now let's look at our youth symbol. I see symbols here. Okay, this looks like we're going to find these symbols in our paper and spell out a word. Again, we're back to a simple puzzle. Horace B. Howard Youth Center officially opened this past Friday. City dignitaries include Mayor Vincent Axworth and Press Secretary Sheila Garner were on hand to celebrate the opening of the youth center and to congratulate center chairwoman Maria Vargos, on a job well done. The city also donated $10,000 to the center as a gesture of goodwill. The youth center will provide a place for after-school tutoring, athletics, and organized youth programs for underprivileged children. Okay, well, these look like our symbols. Let's see how many we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Some of these may be duplicated, so it's either 13 or 15. Let's see, puzzle 6, what we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so it's 13. So those doubles are single symbols. And all we need to do is find those symbols, which we've seen scattered about like here. I just want to see if these are the same in these papers. These 2 copies of this paper are going to drive me crazy. But we could use this. We could keep one visible while we use the other one to search for things. Let's come in on this a little bit. Okay, so maybe the thing to do is, what is the best way to do this? What is the best way to do this? All right, well, if we had a, if it was easy to do, I'd just get a scanner, but it's not. So let's see. Maybe we'll just go around. That's a T. Ugh. All right. This is kind of annoying, but all right. How are we going to do this? Okay, let's see if we can't get away with this. That's one. Okay, we said that was a T. That's the only incidence of that. Let's see. And then S is this little NU is an S. No, that looks like an S. And wow, 2 more of them? Assassination seems likely to me. D-I-O-N. Okay, we don't even have to finish it. It's going to be assassination. We just got lucky in the fact that SSSS only works for assassination. Okay, so that's going to be the answer to our 6. That was easier than I feared. Okay, and so we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is an I. All right, what have we got for our word here so far? What have we got for our word? S-T-A-R, star, and then letter we're not sure about, and then an I. So probably this U is going to be wrong, but it looks like we have STAR something and then I. Star sign, STARSIGN. It's probably going to be star sign, is my guess. That would make the answer to our confusing 5 an S. Maybe that's what Dorp got. If you got an S in this position, then I think that that's likely to be it. But let's keep going. Let's see if we get a G for number 7. And we'll try to backfill it. All right, puzzle 7. Obesity on the rise in Valley Falls. All right, so here's our article, which starts out by saying newspaper editor error, text editor error, format editor error, syllable editor fail here. And then this obesity is here. Want to lose weight, but don't have the time to diet or exercise. Need to get healthy quickly. Try a skinny pill. Go ahead and say it out loud. Skinny pill, you've got this. Okay, we know these kinds of puzzles. This is wanting us to read this out loud. THECABALAISES. So it's actually just sounding out. Oh, this is 7, which is obesity. THECABALISES. The cabal rises. That's spooky. THECABALRISES. Okay, well, it's not star sign anymore, so that's that. But this is an E. No doubt about that. 7. All right, let's write out our full thing then here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are our 8 puzzles. We know this is an S. We know the second letter is a T. We know the third letter is an A. We know the fourth letter is an R. The fifth letter is the one we're not sure about. The sixth letter was an I from assassination. The seventh letter is an E. Well, let's keep going. I'm sure we could figure out what that word is, but let's keep going. Next puzzle. Our last puzzle. Wait a minute. Yes, our last puzzle. Religious mania drives man to murder. All right. So, religious. Do we never have use of this one? Strange lights. I bet this is the starry. This seems like the overall answer, but let's see. We've got an article about is there life after death? Where's the murder? Ah, here. Okay. Here's our murder. Where's the advertisement for murder? Is it going to be religious. This is church. Need someone skilled in typesetting fonts that can design and lay out a monthly newsletter for St. Francis Episcopal Church of the Angelic. Part-time position, typesetting and fonts. Okay, if that's what is the clue. Let's see. Oh, typesetting and fonts. That sounds right. Religious mania drives man to murder by Poe Rigsby. A Valley Falls man was reportedly strangled to death by his neighbor, who claimed he did it because he was instructed by angels. The victim, Anthony Herrera, lived at the Colonial Arms Inn for nearly 2 months without incident. The suspect, Bert Foster, is a local sidewalk preacher who has long claimed he could speak to beings from other realms. Angels are real, the suspect insisted as he was loaded into the police cruiser. They talk to me. Here is something they've told me about an incident that will take place in town soon. He handed us a slip of paper with this strange message written on it. At the moment, we've been unable to decipher what it means, but I've turned the original copy over to authorities. Okay, you can guess what's happening here, right? What we're going to do is we're going to separate the letters by typeface, and we're going to get a bunch of different words, right? So, for example, this typeface, well, at least that's what I thought. Surely they're not all different typefaces. I thought we were going to like pull out 3 different words. Let me zoom in here. That's not correct. Then like T H, looking for the serifs. THE is our first set. And then J. What else looks like this J? It's a little trickier, isn't it? That H looks like it matches it, right? But does the T and JH doesn't sound like a word, so maybe not. What are we looking for? A dark lowercase. This one's tricky. J O JOB. The job. Maybe that's it. And then G. This G looks like a typewriter, but not this typewriter. That looks like O. Square is what we're looking for. Square letters like this one, E, and probably this S. The job goes, this is probably going to say down, right? D O W N. This is going to be at A T. It's helpful that it's each word is a different font. The job goes down at, and then we've got our T. This is going to be the typewriter font. T. We use this H. We're looking for a big typewriter. I guess it's going to be this H. T H E. Right, it's that typewriter E. We're almost done. H-A-T. This is going to be our G. This looks like drop caps or, force caps. So G, and then we use this T, but we didn't use this R. At the G-R-A, G-R-A-Y. At the gray, and this is our last word. C. What do you call this when you have this big wine thing? Okay, but anyway, C-L-U-B. Okay, the job goes down at the Gray Club. Pretty cute. Job goes down at the Gray Club. All right. So we think that that is here. The job goes down at the Gray Club. Yes. Okay. The job goes TOW. Okay. So the answer to puzzle A, that was kind of neat. Little visual thing there. Okay, so the last letter is here. So now we know what our missing letter was for the one puzzle we got stuck on, right? It's clear this is V, or star view. So then if we're curious, I don't think we actually need to solve this puzzle that we couldn't solve because we could infer the missing letter. But if we were going to try to solve it, what are we looking for? A 14-letter word. So Dorp can see right now if his answer is consistent with this being a V. No, sorry, it's 6. That's 5 that we got stuck on. So that should be a V. We've got 3, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Is that right? No. 4, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14. It's just, it kills me when there's mistake, sloppy mistake after sloppy mistake. Okay. Puzzle 5 is the puzzle we got stuck on. 14 letters. And this is going to be a V. So what last 5 letters we've got a V? Where would we see that? What the hell? How weird is that? I guess it could end with a V and then a new 4-letter. I don't see how. What on earth goes in there? What on earth goes in here that gives a V here? The only V is in galvanized pipe, and there's no way to get that in there. Doors, windows, light fixtures, faucet, rolls of wire, stoves. But that still doesn't work. Like, how do you get stoves in here with a V-E-S? Then you'd have a 2-letter word. That doesn't make sense. Is it Stoves 83? Surely not. Is there any other V's? Dryers, bookcases, shelving units, curtains, tables, chairs. Wow, this is weird. Last bolded hint in the article. Save the date, or in this case, the month and day. Nope, not following. All right. Well, we don't need to know it. One day Dorf can explain it. I don't. That's really weird. Stove's 83 would fit in there, but I just don't. That's just craziness. I don't know. Dorf says if you add up the items on this list that aren't in this list, you get the number 811. What? What? You get the number 811. So you're saying if we write in 811, EIGHTHUNDR, no. Does 11 work? ELVEN. That doesn't work. Write out the month and day. 811. That still doesn't work to get us a V here. There's no EIGHTELEVEN. August 11. I still don't see how you can get a V here. AUGESTELEVEN. And then what goes here? 11th. Okay, that is insanity. And that gets a bullet. It's amazing that you could figure that out. That is insane. That is an insane puzzle compared to the rest. That is in total insanity. That is gonna get 2 bullets. Every game gets a chance to fill this up, at which point I abandon it. So far, everything has been reasonable except for that puzzle, which is ridiculous. I mean, yes, if I told you for sure the answer was 811, then you could get from that to August 11th with a stretch. But because of all the other possibilities, wow. Okay. All right. Well, good work that you figured it out. That just seems insane to me, but okay. Unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. But after 2.5 hours, we have not opened any of these envelopes yet. After 2.5 hours, we have just gotten the solution to, we think, move on past the newspaper and enter the code, which is Starview. So let's go try it. Boy, okay. Well, it is what it is. When was this Deadbolt Mystery Box put out? Okay, so we're going to try to type in the code here. VIEW. All right, well, we got it right at least. Using the password you obtained through the messages found embedded within the newspaper articles, you're able to unlock the flash drive with the word Starview. Immediately, as the password unlocks the file on the flash drive, you realize that this conspiracy is much bigger than you assumed. Staring back at you from the computer screen is the image of an alien. with an oversized gray head, large inky black eyes, and a slit where a mouth should be. Okay, that's scary. A simple paragraph written in the middle of the screen makes you realize that you are in way over your head. Our friends from the skies are coming. The mayor is planning to reveal the truth and must be stopped. The public isn't ready. The cabal isn't ready to reveal itself yet, but soon. The Nightingale is the key to all of this. The password is Abraham Lincoln. The note is signed by someone calling themselves Night Eyes. You may now open the Valley Falls Observer envelope and learn all you can about the reporters who wrote each of the articles. Also, try to determine which of them is behind the plot to kill the mayor. Figure out who the Nightingale might be, and see if you can uncover who the author of the note is referring to when they talk about our friends from the skies. Oh, that's creepy. All right, let's remove security so we can save it. Is that what I normally do? I think so. So we can come back to it. No, that's from our previous game. Okay. Password is Abraham Lincoln. It wants us to figure out who's Nightingale. I feel like this might be a long session. We have played Deadbolt boxes that we have to split up into 2 sections, but not for a while. Okay, and then Night Eyes is the person who wrote the note. And it sounds like our suspects are going to be newspaper people because someone on the inside changed all the articles. Who's behind the plot? Who's the Nightingale? And who is our friends from the skies? And we got mention of a cabal, and we got mention of Night Eyes, our friends. Okay. So maybe we're done with the paper, maybe we're not. But why did it give us 2 copies? We still don't know. So maybe we're not done with the paper. Okay, we can now open the Valley Falls envelope. Try to determine which of them is behind the plot. All right. That was a lot of work. Is it work? Is it supposed to? Is it fun? Are we having fun? Sometimes it's type 2 fun. You solve the puzzle to have fun when you wake up in the morning, but not at the moment. All right. So this is not the thick envelope. This is the normal thickness envelope. The thick envelope is the black gray one. Okay, so these are my nemesis. This is what can drive me crazy. Oh boy. Look at that. It's like taunting me. All right, let's see. Confront your suspect. Maybe we should start. Oh, interview 2 with Otto, the editor-in-chief. Let's start there. You're smarter than I thought you were. The thought of this paper being used to coordinate an assassination attempt is both scary and thrilling. Think of how many copies we will sell once this gets out. People will be trying to find hidden messages in every issue. I've heard of the Nightingale. He or she is one of the most sought-after assassins. My sources tell me that the only way to contact the Nightingale is through someone who's hired them. The only way to obtain the contact information is through a secret code word or words that the Nightingale gives out. Sounds like you obtained that password from the contents on the flash drive. Mention it to the right person, and they may give you the name of the assassin. As for that whole Night Eyes bit, I have no clue who that is. It makes sense that Night Eyes is the same person who hijacked my newspaper, is part of this secret cabal, and the person who hired the Nightingale to kill Mayor Axworth. Now let's talk about our friends from the skies. Can I just tell you that saying that out loud gives me a serious case of the willies. I have a theory, but it'll make me sound crazy. I happen to be a radio enthusiast in my spare time, shortwave CB, ham radio, even walkie-talkies. I love them all and spend my off time talking to friends through these various methods. Some of my fellow hams, as we call ourselves, have intercepted some military communications and heard more than a few reports about unidentified flying objects spotted in various locations over Valley Falls. You can determine the abbreviation for those sightings without me saying it out loud. UFO. The Deadbolt Mystery Society universe does allow some supernatural. So are these aliens real? We don't know. Until now, I believe my team of reporters to be solid and loyal to a fault. Obviously, I'm having to rethink that. Here's what you need to know about each of them. Anna Poole, I hired her right out of college. Half the time I don't know what she's talking about. All I know is she likes horror movies, martial arts, food, and animation. She's also a stickler for politeness. The word please goes a long way with her. She'll probably talk to you, but you need to ask nicely first and then mention the things she loves in the correct order. Okay, a little bit of reading comprehension. Looks like we just have to mention these. Poe Rigsby. Poe has worked here for a while. He's a solid journalist, but I can almost bet he won't speak to you at the moment. He's knee-deep in an article on origami and is stuck on creating a particular type of animal. Help him, and I'm sure he will at least acknowledge your presence. Oh, God. All right. Richard McKenzie. Richard used to be our sports editor. I pulled him over to do general public interest pieces because I thought he was better at that than he was at reporting on sports. He hates it and begs me weekly to let him cover sports again. I'm considering it just to get him to hush, but I'm not going to make it easy for him. Needless to say, if you can figure out how to talk sports with him, he'll open up to you. So some of these people wrote articles in the paper, and there are some articles in the paper we haven't read yet, so let's keep that in mind. Thurston Billingsley. Thurston is the only person who's been here longer than me. He's an institution around this place and a pain in the you-know-what. I beat him out for the job of editor-in-chief, and we've been mortal enemies ever since. Truthfully, he hates me more than I hate him. He's just jealous. I let him write an article here and there and have him write up the obituaries. It's beneath a man of his abilities, obviously. That's the point. Ooh. He's also an author of sorts. He's written some science fiction stuff in the past, wants to be Robert Heinlein or Isaac Asimov. He seems like a good suspect. Paige Sampson. Paige is our newest recruit. She's only been here for a few weeks. Of all of us, Paige is the one who should have been a comedian instead of a journalism major. She's well suited to being a joker. She always has a witty cartoon or some sort on her desk each day. She also has an annoying habit of leaving a printed grid on my desk before smiling and walking away. I've asked her what the deal is, but she just smirks like a little know-it-all. And as for mention of that Gray Club you found in the hidden messages, it's a highly exclusive place in town that caters to a, well, how shall I say, very quirky group of people. But you need a password to gain access. I've had reporters trying to get in there for years. Gray Club sounds like an alien club. All right, he's given us information on all the people. Now let's see what we've got here. Okay. Confront our suspect. Use the code word given to you that's needed to speak to the liar and the liar's first name. So it sounds like we're going to talk to all these people, and our suspect is going to be the person that lies to us. So that's what it sounds like. We're going to have to try to figure out which of these reporters is lying. 4-letter words I hate: cook, dust, iron, and knit. Okay, is this the grid that Paige gives? Okay, then we've got a card for Poe Rigsby. Let's collect our people. Here's a picture of Anna Poole, Thurston Billington, Richard Mackenzie, and Paige Simpson. So these are our suspects here, all people mentioned by the editor. And we can talk to them. Do they all have puzzles? Yes. Okay, so they all have a bit of a puzzle to solve. So finally, we got a whole bunch of different puzzles for each person. All right, we'll deal with that in a moment. Let's first finish looking at all our stuff. So we've got a summary of the people. We've got our 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. But then we also have, when we're ready to confront the suspect, then here is the origami that one of them wanted us to fold. And we've got another card here that says, when you're ready to proceed, use the information given to you by the person who sabotaged the newspaper. So another puzzle. 5, 6, 7 little puzzles here so far. This looks like the grid. It is a 4x4 just like this. So I wonder if it's that the K goes down 1 or 2. Can't be 2 because this can't go down, but what if it goes down 1? This goes up 1, down 1, down and up. Maybe that'll spell something. Okay, these aren't standalone puzzles. They go with other stuff. And then we've got yet another puzzle, access to the Gray Club. Okay, so let's take a moment to appreciate the cool situation we're in here, where we were working on that one puzzle for 2 hours, and now we've got a whole bunch of little mini puzzles here. We don't know which one we're ready to do, although I'm inclined to try to do this, and this looks like it's Paige's stuff. Well, let's start with Paige then. We can clear stuff from our table, all the better. All right, Paige. Well, she's got a sour look. What's her deal? She's the newest recruit. She's a joker. Journalism major. She's got a witty cartoon on her desk, and she brings him a grid. That definitely sounds like it's these two. All right, let's see what Paige says. If you want to talk, if you want me to talk, you have to just figure out what I call Otto every morning. What does she call the editor every morning? Okay, so it's going to be this, surely. Let's see if we can do this. So does the D go down 1 and the I goes up 1? So C, I, D, K. These stay the same. O, U, R, N. The S goes up, but it doesn't swap. Oh, let's just try it. S goes up and the O goes down. Then what goes in these two spaces, I don't know. Then the K goes down, which would leave this blank. And that's it, huh? K goes down on top of a T. N, T. Doesn't look right. Okay, so another option is that these are adjustments to letters. So in other words, C, and then do we decrease the D to a C or down 2 to a B? Does the I go up to a J and a K? O, U, R, N, O, S goes to a T, O goes to an N, I, J, T, N, T. That doesn't seem right. But what if it's down by 2? C, B, K, K, O, U, R, N, O, S goes up 2, down 2 to M, I, I, T, N, T. Okay, that doesn't work either, but these feel like they were my best initial guesses. This almost feels like it's drunk something. Top, bottom, so we got that right. Did I try moving them 2 positions? I 2 positions up. Not sure I tried that one. I just went down 1. If we go down 2 positions, we've got C, and then a blank, and a blank. And the D went down here, but actually the I went up here. This seems too convoluted to me. But let's just try it. O, U, R, N. That doesn't change. That doesn't work because this can't go up 2 positions. And of course, we could read it in any way. What does she call him? I mean, shifting the letters sure seemed like a good idea. D went to a B, but I tried that and it didn't work. pointing to that starting letter T. Let's see how that helps though. 4x4 grid of letters, 4x4 here. What if we just take the letters in groups? K, D, O, I, S. Doesn't seem right. Another kind of manipulation you could assume is sort of rotating through. Like move the K down one, the T down one, the N down one, and the T cycles around. But then these are going in opposite directions, so that doesn't make sense. I don't see why we would go in the opposite direction, but since it seems so likely, I'm going to do it. So what if C-O-O, what if this down arrow is actually means increase the letter? I don't know why that would be. So D would be an E, U. This would mean R. No, this doesn't make any sense. Actually, like ending the word knit makes some sense. Like, what if you look at the words that are the letters that don't get changed? I just do that for a second. If I assume these are modifying these letters, and we just look at the ones that don't change, COO, and here would be a U, T, and that changes, but this doesn't. That changes, this doesn't. AMIT. It almost looks like it's drunk knit. How did I almost get drunk before? Here, what did I do to get this? I moved the D down. How would I get a U here, though? You can't. All right, let's look at the chat rather than getting so frustrated. Nope, nothing from the chat. We don't even know how long this is going to be. We don't think the answer is going to be one of these four-letter words, right? Okay. Let's put this one aside because I don't know. Seems like it should be easy, but it's not. All right, let's move on. Avoiding the origami at all costs. Who's next? Richard McKenzie. We're told he likes sports. If you can figure out how to talk to him, talk sports with him, he'll open up to you. All right, let's see what the back of this says. I'm supposed to be the sports guy around here. Barnaby pulled me off the assignment and has me covering stories about stuff like meteor showers. Then I find a sports puzzle on my desk. I think Barnaby is challenging me to answer his little test. It's the only way he'll let me have my sports column back. I've been given the scores that this esports team gains as they progress, but what is the final score? He's been given the score that they gain as they progress. 187. Okay, is it just the sequence? What's the final score? Richard, the last three sports articles you've turned in would be rated a 0 in my opinion, which means 0 times 0 times 0 is still, you guessed it, 0. This is your only chance to get your sports column back. Okay, so that seems like a little bit of a hint here. Okay, what have we got here? So this is either a self-contained sequence. It's a little weird because we've got the factors of 2. 64, but no 128. But then here we have 512. A little weird. Seems to be suggesting multiplying. And then there's also a hint. So this could just be self-contained, but it also could be about, it covers stories, stuff like meteor showers. So let's just read this article that he wrote here about meteor showers. Valley Falls residents who look into the sky next week should be in for a real treat if they look into the heavens at the right time. Meteor shower will take place the week of August 9th to the 15th. There's only one day that will be optimal. Oh, we did that one. Okay. And then this is the article, one of the articles we didn't read by Thurston. Okay, it looks not relevant to us. Okay, this is our clue. 0 times 0 times 0 is 0. You guessed it. This is your only chance to get it back. Okay, let's see. Normally I like these games. What do we notice here? Boy, is 343 not prime? What is it then? Three times 3 is 27. 2 times 2 times 2 is 8. 4 times 4 times 4 is 64. 5 times 5 times 5 is 125. 6 times 6 times 6 is probably this. 7 times 7 times 7. 8 times 8 times 8. There we go. 9 times 9 times 9. It's 9 cubed. It's all just cubes. Okay. So 9 to the third is 9 times 81, which is 9, 729. Is that right? Nine. Let's just verify it. Where's our calculator? Why it's been so long? Oh, come on, guys. Okay, 9 to the third power, x to the y. 729. Okay. So yes, the answer is 729. All right, so I guess we're going to be able to solve this one. Let's put this in here. 729. Hey, thanks for your help. If Otto doesn't give me my sports column back now, I'll just quit. Anyway, what can I do for you? Does Abraham Lincoln mean anything to you? You ask. Richard laughs. He's on the $5 bill. That's all I can think of at the moment. That's all? That's it. Do you know anything about the Gray Club? Only that I can't get in. None of us can. The third letter of the password to gain access is a T. Isn't much help without the other 3 letters. I'm not sure I believe in little green men or gray men in this case, but I think it would be fascinating to hear some of what those people had to say on the subject. Maybe they could explain crop circles to me. I've always found those to be interesting. Okay, so we've got a little clue from Richard. He says the third letter of 3 to the Gray Club He says, without the other three. And the third letter is a T. All right, so that's the help from Richard, and Richard isn't our guy. We told him, gave him the password Abraham Lincoln, and he doesn't know anything about it. All right, that's progress, though. Let's keep these things together. All right, we're done with Richard. Let's take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I feel like this is going to be a long evening for us. We are back. I have to say, I am enjoying this story and this setup, and I'm enjoying having these different angles we can attack. I did want to check one more thing. I had another thought. I had two thoughts about this puzzle before we move on to another. One idea was that it's actually a new word we're looking for made up by these 5 letters. But actually, then I thought, what if this is telling us how to replace this letter? Although it would have to be, like, what if this says this letter gets replaced by this one, and this letter gets replaced by this one? Doesn't seem to make sense, but then it would be COOT. If I can do this right. If the K says replace me by the one below, and the D would be replaced by the letter below, this would be replaced by the letter above. This stays the same. The I gets replaced by the letter of the above, D, R. This gets replaced by the letter below, I, N, K, N, I, D. Drinking it. Boy, it almost seems like it is something. Not quite, though. All right, well, it's worth a try. And then if we try my other idea, we got a word that's like K down by 1, put the G down by 1, put the S up by 1, I up by 1, O down by 1. Does that spell anything? Okay, don't know. We'll just put it aside. Page is going to be difficult. I just gave 2 bullets to the furniture one, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it only deserved 1. All right, let's look at Poe Rigsby. He won't speak to you at the moment. He's knee-deep in an article in origami. Nope. 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 Not one I'm not going to do till I have to. All right, let's take a break. Let's go talk to Anna. Hired her right out of college. She likes horror movies, martial arts, food, and animation. She's a stickler for politeness. The word please goes a long way with her. She'll talk to you, but you need to ask her nicely and mention the things she loves in the correct order. Nice weather we're having, don't you think? I hope it lasts. Know any place around here to get some decent sushi? Do you think the editor might be willing to talk to me about a weekly Japanese anime? Excuse me, are you the reporter who wrote that article about the new mall that's being built? Did you see how mad he was about the newspaper hack? I think he wanted to do some kung fu on whoever was responsible. Nice shoes. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions, please? How long have you worked here? Does this place have benefits? Is there a public restroom around here I could use? Using the letters that correspond to each line, say the right things to Anna in the correct order to get her to talk to you. And it's a 5-letter thing. Okay. So we're supposed to say these 5 of these things in a specific order. She likes horror movies, martial arts, food, and animation. 1, 2, 3, 4. The word please goes a long way with her. You need to ask nicely first and then mention the things. All right, so first we should be looking for something with a please. Okay, would you mind if I asked you a few questions, please? So that's the G. That's coming first. Okay, next we want to mention horror movies. I'll bet you're a Dracula fan. That sounds like next is the F. Okay, then she likes martial arts. That's the kung fu. That's the E. All right, next is food. Some decent sushi. Sounds like B. And then animation, which is the C. Any other things that are duplicates? Bathroom. Okay, I think this is it. GFEBC. Let's try it. Okay. Sometimes it opens automatically, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. GFEBC. Type it again in case it GFEBC. Yep, that was it. Let's unprotect and then save it. Okay. Sure, I'll talk to you since you asked nicely. And you mentioned all the things I love. What do you want to know? Do you know anything about our friends from the skies? You ask, gauging her reactions. What? She says, obviously baffled. Never mind. What's the first thing that comes to mind when I mention Abraham Lincoln? He ended slavery, she says at last. What's this? What is this all about? I know these are weird questions, you admit. Do you know anything about the Grey Club? She nods. I know a little. It's an alien-themed bar made up to look like Roswell or Area 51. Mostly people go there to have fun, but it's also a place where enthusiasts go to talk shop. Despite the weird theme, it's highly exclusive and you have to know what to say to get in. I've been trying to get inside for over a year. My sources have only been able to get me the first letter of the password to gain access. It's the letter I, as in, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. All right, so now we know the first letter to the password. Our third letter is T. Our first letter is I. So I something T. Is this a real word? Maybe it's an acronym. All right, well, we're done with Anna Poole. Let's put her in our done pile. And we've got another letter. We're almost ready to get into the Grey Club. Let's take a look at Thurston Billingsley next. Thurston Billingsley, what were we told? He's the only person who's been here longer than me. He's the guy that this guy beat out, and this guy writes the obituaries. He wants to be a sci-fi guy. He's our top suspect, if you ask me. Let's see what he says. Can I just say I hate Otto? Ever since he became the editor of this paper, he thinks he's God's gift to journalism. He also rubs my nose in the fact that I lost to him every chance he gets. What a jerk. This is my latest from him. He left this on my desk. I'm sure it's a jab of some sort. And then he's got a sequence of letters and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know it bugs you that I skipped right over you for the editor-in-chief position. It's nothing personal. If you happen to know the answer, feel free to chime in. All right. What have we got here? Is this just like the fonts? Is this part of the first word, the second word, the third word, the fourth word, fifth word, sixth word that it recycles? Let's see. That's the easiest way to tell that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. So if that's how it works, it would be W E L F I. Of course, one small mistake would throw everything off. This doesn't seem right. I collect the twos, I get C, B, G, E. That doesn't seem right. Let me just make sure I haven't messed this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. What else could we have? How about if it's an Hmm. Well, six, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26, 27. So it's not 26 letters unless I'm miscounting something. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. On alphabet, and we can see if the W is a 1, here the W is turning into a 6. Are they offsets? Is it W plus 1 becomes an X? That seems very unlikely to be a word. I skipped right over you. Aha, I skipped right over you. How about that as an idea? I skipped right over you for the editor-in-chief. W skips 1 to a G, skips 2 to a W. That doesn't seem right. How about skip 1 and give you a C? Skip 2 gives you an O. Skip 3 gives us a D. Skip 4 gives us a G. Skip 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gives us an E. Skip 6 gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Codger, which is a little bit of an insult, like an old codger. Okay, I think that's it. Skipped right over you. Clever. Okay. All right. So let's remove the protection so that we can access this again if something goes wrong. Thurston reads the word hidden in Otto's message with anger and disgust. Yeah, see what I mean? I have my own word that describes him. Maybe I should make a code for that. Now, how can I help you? What comes to mind when I mention Abraham Lincoln? Thurston pauses for a moment. He was one of our most famous presidents. Tall guy, wore all black. Do you know anything about gaining access to the Gray Club? Thurston smiles. As a matter of fact, I do. One time my age and experience come into play. Everybody thinks you need 4 letters to gain access, and you do. But there's another part that goes in front of the letters, the word Roswell. That puts the 4 letters. That plus the 4 letters will get you in. Indrid, the doorman, should let you once you provide that information. So I thought the guy said 3 letters. Roswell came first. That plus 4 letters. 4 letters. And where were we told? Where were we told 3 letters? He says the 3rd letter of the password is I without the other 3. I see. Okay. No. The 3rd letter is I, but there's 3 more letters. So it's actually a 4-letter word in total. Okay. Glad we got that cleared up. So the 3rd letter is T. The 1st letter is I. There is a 4th letter, Roswell, and then this word here. All right, well, it doesn't matter if we could guess it. We're still going to solve our way to it. But we've solved the codger puzzle. All right, so we're done with Thurston Billingsley. Unfortunately, now we're going to have to deal with the 2 people that we don't want to deal with. Poe Rigsby. One of them is lying. That's a good point. All right, well, let's work on this first. Start with the square piece of origami paper. Fold the paper in half by folding the top corner to the bottom corner. Fold the triangle in half, folding the left. So I'd really rather not. Oh boy. I'm trying not to disturb this. So I would ideally like to scan in and fold a copy of it. So we're going to put that off and force ourselves to deal with Paige. And then during the next break, I will scan and make a copy. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with Paige. And she seems to know that she's unpleasant. She's a joker, though. She's just got a sour face to joke with us. Let's read her thing again. Says, she always has a witty cartoon. She also has an annoying habit of leaving a printed grid on my desk before smiling, walking away. I've asked her what the deal is, but she just smirks like a little know-it-all. Here she is, Paige Sampson. And all she says is, figure out what I call Otto every morning. All right, well, that's not much help. We still have to figure out this. So all right, let's brainstorm. What are our options? One option is that this is going to give us some manipulation of these letters such that we read the entire thing and then that's our answer. That means either a 16-letter phrase, or it could say something like, I call him a Dumbo. I call him dumb, and then we type the word dumb. So it could be that we solve a grid, and that gives us our answer in some form. What's another possibility? Another possibility is that somehow one of these words is the answer, which would be odd because then it would just be sort of a multiple choice. We could just try all four. What's another possibility? Another possibility is that these spaces spell out a 5-letter word, which is our answer. What's another possibility? Okay, Dorp sees it. All right, why don't, Dorp, you take your time, write out the solution, because I think I spent enough time on it. I shouldn't, and we've got a long game. I shouldn't spend another hour of the channel working on it. But please take your time, write out your solution in a way that's comprehensible in a single message, if possible. And I'll look at this a little bit longer, then I'll look at your solution. 4-letter words I hate. Is that a hint? She hates cook, dust, iron, and knit. I mean, double arrow down. Why is it a double arrow instead of a single arrow? They're all doubles or singles, though. But if it rotated up and rotate down, nothing happens. Surely we don't split it. There'd be no reason to think that. Is she pointing to something in some useful way? We can't make a path with this. That would be another idea, like if this is a path, D, I, D, that doesn't work. I tried shifting these letters, that didn't work. C-O-O-U-R, knit. I mean, if I had to guess, I would guess it's about shifting these letters, like a K turns into an L, an M, or a I or a J. I thought I'd try that. If I try to make the K go down by 2, I get an I. The S goes up by 2, becomes a U. The O goes down by 2, becomes an M. But I think I tried all these, and I just couldn't make it work. I need to try it again. It seems like it'd be the best. That becomes an I. An I because we've shifted it down by 2, or it becomes an M. Then the S here goes down by 2 or up by 2. So it goes up by 2, it becomes a U. goes down by 2, it becomes a Q. Then is it down by 1, down by 2? I don't know. Let's check in with the chat, which is Dorp going to explain it very clearly. 5-letter word was right. Just look at what each individual arrow is pointing to. So the first column down, the arrow would be I. I thought I tried that. The first column down arrow would be an I. I thought I tried that, but maybe I went by 2s. No, I tried that right here. That's what I got right here. I tried this exact thing. I said, replace this with this with the card above it. So are you saying this was the right thing, but you think it's only these 5 letters? IDIOT, idiot. But how are you supposed to know the order of reading this? I mean, you might notice it's IDIOT, but what would make you go, how would you know to go in that order? I mean, I think you're right. I think the answer is idiot. But the reason I didn't use this, even in this case, is I would want to read it left to right or top to bottom. Why? I just want you to unscramble it, huh? I don't like this puzzle. I don't like it. I don't know if it gets a bullet. I mean, well done to Dorp for figuring it out. But I suppose maybe if I had focused on the 5 letters, I just don't like the combinatorics of, this is figuring out you replace it with this letter. That's fine. But then when you get that step to get to this, to then guess that you're supposed to use the 5 letters, to then guess that you have to unscramble them, that's just a bridge too far. I'm going to call that a bad puzzle. I'm going to call that a bad puzzle. You might disagree with me in the comments, but well done to Dorp for saving us from staring at that for too long. All right, Paige. I'm not happy with you. I suppose you don't care. Let's at least solve your mystery. Okay, so we think her thing is idiot. I mean, if you just give me those 5 letters, then as the puzzle, then sure, we'll unscramble it to idiot. But it takes 3 leaps to get there. First, you have to figure out what the arrows mean. Then you have to figure out that you're only supposed to use the arrows. And then you have to unscramble it. And that's a bridge too far. All right, but it's solved. Okay, you figured out that I really don't like Barnaby, and now he knows it too, thanks to you. He's an idiot. Now, was there something else you wanted to talk to me about? What's the first thing that comes to mind when I mention Abraham Lincoln? Paige looks at you with confusion. Well, I thought I was done with history class, but I guess I can answer that. He always makes me think of the Civil War. Nothing else, you ask, probing a little? Paige shakes her head. No, nothing. Fair enough. Do you know anything about the Grey Club? Paige makes a face. Ugh, yes, I know all about that place. I used to date a guy that was a member. He would never take me there, though. I used to bug him to give me the password to get in, but he would just tease me and tell me that the last letter was B. Needless to say, he isn't my boyfriend anymore. You've been very helpful, you say. I think we're done. All right, so we got the last letter to the Grey Club, and that's that this is a B. So Roswell, I don't see how that's a word. Could be an acronym, though. I never read this. Let me just look at this. The Thornmile County Sheriff's Department both confirmed numerous reports of strange moving lights. A few cell phone videos were taken. Local air authorities issued a statement. Aircraft, Martians, Area 51, pranksters. And there's no ad for the Grey Club. All right. Sounds like we need to deal with our last person. All right, let's put this here. Now, I think what about the lying is we're supposed to find the person who's lying about the Abraham Lincoln clue, and she seems very suspicious there. So I wonder if we could catch one of them saying something about Abraham Lincoln that is that tells us about a lie. Like she says, I thought I was done with history. He always makes me think of the Civil War. And Thurston said he was one of our most famous presidents, tall guy, wore all black. This person said he ended slavery. And then this person said he's on the $5 bill. That's all I can think of at the moment. That's all, yes. Is one of these people a history person and he would know more? Let me just see. No, Richard is the sports editor, so it wouldn't be that surprising that that's all he could come up with. Did one of our people say they're a history person? Journalism major? I wonder if that's the lying, though. Well, we got one more person to talk to, so let's deal with that first. Nice little comment from someone about checking our playthrough whenever we finish. They often come from the future. All right. All right. So we have one more person to solve, and in this case, it seems like just a straightforward thing. We're supposed to follow the instructions to fold it, which we know normally causes me a great deal of anger, and then we're going to get an animal. And then we're supposed to say what kind of animal is it. Can anyone intuit what that animal is? Otherwise, we're going to take an early break, and I'm going to scan it so I can avoid folding this, so I can pass it along to someone when we're done. All right, why don't we take a break here? We'll take our break a little bit early, and Piggy says it has to be a swan. Are they always swans? Well, we're going to take a break, and I will try to fold it when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, I have scanned and printed out copies of the origami so that I can fold it a couple times. We'll see how frustrated I get. There's the original. We'll try to leave that unmolested. I was thinking that we're also trying to find out who's lying, but maybe we're not going to find out who's lying till we get into the Gray Club. Maybe we're going to hear that one of our people is a member there. That would turn one of them into a liar. All right, let's take a deep breath. See if we can do that with this without getting too frustrated. Start with the square piece of paper. Fold the paper in half, folding the top corner to the bottom corner. What corner? Let's say it's top left to the bottom right. Fold the triangle in half by folding the left corner to the right corner. Okay. Unfold. Okay. So far, so good. Let's make the ears. Fold the left and right corners of the triangle down at an angle. The left and right corners down at an angle. I mean, what do you want from me, guys? Down at an angle. Is this what it wants? The head's too pointy. Fold the top corner to the back. I'm just randomly doing this, making the best choice. Unless you want a pointy chin, fold the bottom corner back also. Unless you want a pointy chin, fold the bottom corner back also to where I can tell I'm already furious. I'm already furious. Why is that? What animal do you create? Fuck you. Start with the square. Top to bottom. Fold the triangle in half by folding the left corner to the right corner. Okay, that all seems fine because then we're on these lines here. Unfold. Now fold the left and right corners down at an angle, but how are we supposed to know? The left and right corners down at an angle. I mean, do you want me to go on this line? What do you want from me? Maybe I should take a moment. There's a term for people who cannot visualize. Like, I can't visualize faces. There's a term for that. I forget what it is. It's a relatively new term. They found some people can't visualize faces or can't visualize things, have no sort of working imagery, mind's eye. There are also people who don't have an internal dialogue. I have very strong internal dialogue. But maybe this is part of the problem. Like my visual spatial skills are abnormally poor. But there are a few things that make me angry quicker than these folding things. And then when the chat tries to tell me what to do, it's just impossible. The idea of trying to communicate it. So it's not like I can get any help. Start with a square piece of paper. Okay, there's my square. Fold the paper in half, folding the top corner to the bottom corner. I mean, you don't know which way you're doing it. Then you fold it in half, from left to the right. It doesn't matter. We're creating this fold here and fold here. And then what do you want me to do? You want me to fold... Let's make the ears. Okay, well, here's the face. So we're going to make the ears now. How are we going to make his ears? Fold the left and right corners down at an angle. I mean, this is what I did before. Do you not want that? Do you want left and right corners down at an angle? How ambiguous is that? What do you want? Down at an angle? What angle? Like this, along this line? Those are his ears? The head's too pointy. Fold the top corner to the back. Okay. Try to do it on the line, or should it be this line? Okay, fold the top corner to the back. Unless we want a pointy chin, fold the bottom corner to the back also. Well, how far? What animal do you create? What the? Oh my God. Why? 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 Why, guys? Why? Why do this? And what the fuck are all these? I really don't understand the logic of doing these things. Like, what's the goal? Do they ever watch someone like me? The amount of anger that they generate in these puzzles? What is this fucking bullshit? This is like those have you ever seen it's like a little joke, like how to draw a bear. First you draw a circle. Step 1. Step 2, draw a square around the circle. And then like step 3 is the bear with full fur and eyes and claws. That's the joke. That's the joke I feel is being played on me. Fold it in half, now fold it in half, and then do these things that are totally ambiguous, and now tell us what animal you got. Fuck are you talking about? Fold them down at an angle. Fuck you, fold it down at an angle. What for me? Unfold and now fold them down at an angle. The fuck are all these things then? Does anyone want... You go ahead. Tell me the answer. Go ahead. Tell me the answer. I don't want to play this game. Yeah. Just go ahead and tell me the answer that you looked up. I don't want to do this anymore. There is our animal. Now I'll just sit here and wait until I get the answer. I don't want to be the angry person. I don't. I really don't. I don't want to be the angry person, but this is just infuriating. It's totally infuriating. The left corner to the right corner. This scan didn't even come out right. Okay, so no one in the chat has the answer. Fold it in half, fold it in half, unfold. So we've made these lines, which certainly suggests that all the folds are on these lines. Now let's make the ears, it says with a nice exclamation point. Fold the left and right corners down at an angle. Is this supposed to be upside down? How else do I get the folds on these dotted lines? Is that what it wants? Does it want me to fold on the dotted line? It sure seems like it. But then why are these dotted lines not continuing? What does that mean? Some people love origami. I feel like I'm ready to nuke it off the face of the earth. Why are there so many fold lines if it's just supposed to be these instructions? And how is this a puzzle? Why am I doing this? Why is this my life? 2 in the fucking morning. What am I doing? What am I doing with my fucking life? Hold the left corners down at an angle. Surely this is its ears. So one of the downsides of the Deadbolt Mystery Society is you can't just like click hint. You gotta go to a whole page for hints. Let's see what happens. Cat. No. Dog. It's a dog. Fuck you. Dog. Fuck off. Thanks for helping me with my origami project. It's harder than it looks. Yeah, no kidding. Now, how can I help you? What comes to mind when I mention Abraham Lincoln, you ask? He was one of the greatest presidents, Poe says. Anything else about Lincoln? He wrinkles his brow. Yeah, he's on the penny. You nod and discount him as a potential cabal member. Do you know anything about the Grey Club? Not a ton. Gaining access to that place is sort of the holy grail for our little pool of reporters at this point. None of us have been able to get in. They ask for a 4-letter password and only grant access to the most exclusive people. I have learned that the second letter is W, and that's about it. Well, that and the fact that many of the people who go there claim to be victims of alien abduction. All right, so he tells us the second letter, and the last letter we're looking for is a W. That makes this IWTB. Roswell IWTB. Maybe that stands for something. I want to be abducted. I don't know, but I guess we're going to try to get in with this. And if we've got it wrong, we'll look up something else. All right, did I unprotect this? I must have. All right, let's see if we can get in. I want to believe, says Dorf. IWTB. I want to, not I want to be, but I want to believe. I like it. All right. So let's put in our password. Roswell first, then those 4 letters. Roswell IWTB. This is our first major progress. Whoa, look at that. They're going to let us in. All right, let's try to shake off all of the rage that origami created. Take a deep breath. The doorman standing at the entrance to the Grey Club is dressed in a sharp black suit and is wearing black sunglasses. Look how the light looks like a UFO. That's pretty cool. You're familiar enough with UFO conspiracy theories to know that men in black, MIB, are supposedly government agents who harass, threaten, or sometimes even assassinate UFO witnesses to keep them quiet about what they've seen. Given the theme of the club, the look is fitting. You provide the password, Roswell, I want to believe, and the doorman looks at you curiously. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Surely you're mistaken. Your name is Indrid, correct? Affirmative, the doorman says in a cold monotone. I was told to see you and give you that information. That can't be the wrong password, you say. The password is incorrect, Indrid responds. Can you at least tell me if any of it is correct? The letters are correct. The word is not. My source at the newspaper assures me that it is the right word. Your source has either made a mistake or is lying to you. Since you mentioned the newspaper, I think I know who gave you the wrong information. You should go back to this person and use the word Kennedy. Realizing that you have been duped, you decide to take the doorman's advice and head back to the Observer. So I guess what he's saying is the person who told us Roswell was lying. And then he tells us it's Kennedy. So, who told us Roswell? Thurston Billingsley. That was my chief suspect. Remember, the sci-fi fan? So when we talked to him, he said the password is the word is Roswell. So I guess what we're going to do now is confront our suspect. The word we're supposed to tell the liar and the liar's first name. Okay, am I misunderstanding that, or is that what we're supposed to do? I think that's what we're supposed to do. So I want you to notice that there's a little bug here, a little leaking of information. So look what happens when you scan this card, confront your suspect. Okay, you're supposed to put in his liar's first name and the word. Now watch what happens when I scan this. What do you notice? What do you notice about the name of the file? The file is called Thurston Unlock. So that is leaking information that it shouldn't. Okay, but we know we're supposed to say Kennedy and the liar's first name, which is Thurston. All right, well, that's a little unfortunate. Let me remove the protection. There really should be a one button keyword, one button press for this, but all right. You lied to me, you say to Thurston. The doorman told me so. Perhaps I was simply mistaken, he says with a smile. I don't think so. You're mixed up in this. Tell me about Abraham Lincoln. He was assassinated, Thurston replies. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? Definitely not, you reply. Your night eyes? It's never wise to ask a question you already know the answer to. I'm sure the cabal is watching your every move, you say. They're always watching, Thurston admits. So why kill the mayor? The mayor is going to tell the world the truth, and that can't happen. How do I contact the Nightingale? What is his name? Thurston sighs, realizing it will be easier to get rid of you if he simply gives up the information. Carmichael Bent. You can find him at the Grey Club. Use the name Garfield this time, along with the 4 letters you tried before. Indrid will let you in. Okay. So he says Carmichael Benz Garfield. Indrid will let you in. Doesn't it bother you that I've learned what you and your little group is up to? This time Thurston laughs at the question. Not in the least. This group of power brokers runs the city. Nothing happens that they don't allow. The cabal doesn't like to be investigated or scrutinized. Exercise extreme caution. That sounds like a threat, you admit. Well, people hear what they want to hear sometimes. Okay. He's at the club, and that's how we get in. And he says, you can find him at the Grey Club. Use the name Garfield this time, along with the 4 letters you tried before. It's weird because that's not quite going to work. Like, access the Gray Club. This is a PDF password. It's not like we can try this new password. So I think what it really means is it wants us to go to this page and put in Garfield IWTB. Let's try that. Let me see if that's right. End of part 2 unlock. So I think it's saying, oops, that it wants Garfield IWTB to get into the Gray Club for real. Yes. Okay. That's what it wanted. That could have been explained a little better. And then we're going to save. Maybe there's just a regular save. This time, Indrid's greeting is different when you provide the new passcode. Welcome, traveler. He says, I want to believe as well. Is Carmichael Benz here? I need to speak to the Nightingale. The doorman nods. It's that sort of business. Mr. Benz is inside, but you'll need to determine which one he is. Are you sure you can't help me? You ask, holding a $100 bill out. I'm pressed for time. The doorman looks at the money carefully and then takes it quickly. Here's the setup, the doorman says. Someone is always watching, so I can't just come out and tell you who Carmichael Benz is. But I can point you in the right direction. Give me 10 minutes. I'm going to plant some clues that will lead you to Carmichael's identity. This way, I'm telling you without telling you. You get my drift? You agree to the doorman's terms and wait while he goes inside to hide the hints that you need. Check out the alien artwork on the walls, he says, handing you a sheet of paper once he emerges from the club. That's where I left everything. You may now open the gray envelope. Okay. So I guess we're done with most of that material. We went into the clubs. We got our origami. And now we are going to open up this big, heavy envelope. Why were there 2 newspapers? I still don't understand. Maybe we're going to get to that. I think we're done with all of them. Okay, there's a big stack of stuff. All right. Let's see what we've got here. So just a purple globe with a little Ankh symbol and a scan. Mysterious clues from the doorman. Obviously, I can't just come out and tell you who Carmichael Benz is. I will nudge you in the right direction and provide a series of hints that should give you the key pieces of information. Look at the artwork inside the club and use the hints I'm providing. Number 1. I think I can help you. Just beware of the aliens in this club or else you might vanish without a trace. And he's got what looks like a coded message. Number 2, spacecraft times people times all worlds' moons will get you in the box. 3, living Egyptians, walking animals, jars, ankhs. 4, the moon has finally been colonized. You begin your journey here, heading out in search of the true alien name of the one you seek. From there, you go to the 4th planet from the sun. Then you change course and head to the planet closest to the sun. You think of leaving, but decide to spend a second day there. Adventure beckons, and you head to the planet that's closest to the smallest planet. From there, it's just a short trip over the smallest planet with rings. Your journey has now come to an end. You finally know the alien name of the one you seek. Provide that name to the bartender. For what it's worth, it's also the name of one of my favorite sci-fi characters of all time. Okay, so he's got 4 hints here, and then he's hidden stuff on artwork. All right, let's just take a look. We've got an envelope that says do not open until instructed. Okay, so we can just put that aside. What is the name of the assassin's planet? Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so 2 puzzles over here. This is just some artwork. More artwork with codes. More artwork. Another puzzle. More artwork with codes. Wow, these are some cool piece of art in this club. There's another thing, a little map of the solar system. Pretty weird, cool stuff. Okay, so these are all materials and clues for solving these puzzles, it sounds like. And then this, we're not told not to access this. So who are these people? Various people at the club, I guess. Okay, let's look at these before we get started here. So we've got this one here that has no explanation. Then we've got, what is the name of the assassin's planet? Once we solve it, we can do that. Approach your suspect with a business proposition. Since you've eliminated the 4 suspects who aren't Carmichael Benz, approach the Nightingale about a deal. So there's 5 people. So I guess 4 of them are going to be the wrong suspect. 1 of them is going to be Carmichael Benz. Once we find him, we approach him and give the right number of whoever he is. Fine. How can I help you? Input number given for information. So this wants a 4-digit number. We don't know what that's about. This box needs a code to open. We don't know what that's about. And this crazy alien bartender does say something. Let's take a look at this. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just the bartender. This is a gig for me. I'm not a Trekkie. I don't watch the X-Files. I don't even like Star Wars. I'm just here to get a check. Indrid, on the other hand, is a complete fanboy. I don't even think that's his real name. Whatever you're mixed up in, I don't want to know. Told me to give you something if you can provide the right name. That's all I need, just the name. Okay. It's hard to know if this is like the end or if it's asking us to give it Carmichael Benz right now. All right. Well, what have we got here? So I guess we can talk to these 5 people to get information from them. Let me try to understand what this is, though. He says, I'm going to give you a series of hints. I guess we're supposed to do it in this order. And then we're going to use this map. I see. It does say, then provide that name to the bartender. All right, so we do all of these, and then we're going to provide it to this. Okay, and then I don't know what these other things are. And then we've got this map. Okay, let's see. Beware of the aliens in this club, or you might vanish without a trace. Sounds like maybe we have to make a visual trace. Now, where are these symbols? Looks like they're here. So it sounds like if we trace this path, we'll spell out something. So I guess let's see if we can't do it with some tracing paper. Make this work. All right. I feel the feeling this is going to be a long night. We've been playing for 4 hours. You could argue that we should take a break and stop for the evening. Maybe we should. I wonder if we should. Because how many more hours is this going to take us? What do you think? Should we stop here now that we're in the second and final part? Assuming that we're sort of like at the halfway point? And continue tomorrow night? Or should we push on and try to finish it in the next 4 hours? It could go either way. All right, let me know in the channel what you think. Until then, we'll keep going. All right. DJ Moneycut says take a break. Look at all the trouble they went to making this stuff. So this is our number 1. Our number 2 is... Wait, I went to some real trouble with this. Oh, here's 2. Let's see if it's just all sequential. 3. That's sad. Okay. That's a 5. First number is a 5. Second number, let's see if we can do this a little quicker. A little more quickly. Is it this one? Yes. Okay, so 1. Looks like here. There. 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 All right. It's not right. There. Actually, a little bit easier to see on screen. Okay. Beware of the aliens in this club, or you might vanish without a trace. And then we've traced this to give us a 4-digit number, 5107. That's clue number 1. And then you might guess that this is telling us a planet to start out with. Why have I made my life harder than it has to be? It was 5107, right? Or was it 15107? I guess it doesn't matter. It's not one of these. 5107. Okay, why do I flirt so close with destruction? All right, so we don't know what to do with that number. Maybe it's this number, for all we know. Spacecraft times people times world's moons will get you into the box. Okay, it sounds to me like it's talking about this one. All right, but we've got 2 people saying to take a break. Well, let's finish out this 15 minutes for this hour. Okay, 15 minutes more, then we'll break for the evening. So it sounds like spacecraft times people times all world's moons will get you into the box. It sounds like that this password is going to be for this one. All right, let's see. Oh, I see. This was supposed to be clue number one. Clue one. And this is going to be for clue two. Okay, spacecraft times people. Okay, so we need number of spacecraft, number of people, number of worlds or moons. Okay, spacecraft. What do we see here? Let's get in close enough to see it. One, two, three, four, five is what I count. 5 spacecraft. All right, how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4. And how many worlds and moons? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 20 times 7 is 140, right? 35 times 440. All right, so I get 140. Could that be wrong? Sure, we could be missing something somewhere. But let's try to get into the box with that password. Maybe it'll work. If it doesn't, then we'll worry about cross that bridge when we get to it. All right, so I said that was 140, and if it doesn't work, we'll just put it off. Okay. All right. Okay. Does anyone see something obvious I got wrong about 5 spacecraft, 4 people, 7 worlds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spacecraft. 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and 1, 2. You think that's an extra planet or moon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shall we try 8 worlds instead of 7? That would be 160. All right, let's try that. 160. Assuming this is the right box. Okay, that was it. All right, that's scary. He's got a beard and a no sign near the beard. Carmichael. Carmichael doesn't have a beard. Okay, that's what we're being told. Carmichael. Carmichael has no beard. That's what we're being told here. So in other words, if we look at our 5 suspects, he could be this guy, or this guy, or this guy, but he's not this guy. He could be this guy. He doesn't have a chin beard. So he's not this guy. Let's read his stuff now, even though we know it's not him. None of us really take this place seriously. It's got a fun alien vibe. It's a cool place to hang out. Some of the other guys talk about being abducted. I just come here for the drinks, the audience, and the business context, ambience and business context. One of the things this place does for regulars is assign you to a particular planet on their wall. We all have numbers that correspond with the planets that we've been assigned to. Of course, most of us are nonconformists and don't like being assigned to a planet, especially since most of us are criminals of some sort. The Gray Club assigns us to a specific planet based on the special skills we're known for. One planet might be for thieves, one for smugglers, one for forgers. You get the idea. It's their way of keeping up with who comes through the doors. The owners of this club also serve as agents of a type, finding business for those of us who are looking. But the Gray Club takes a cut, which is why we all come up with ways to modify our numbers in the event someone wants to contact us. It helps us avoid paying the cut. I add 1 to each digit of my planet number. Using our modified numbers allows us to do business without going through the club. I add 1 to each digit of my planet number. So is he saying that he's up 1 or down 1 from here? A little confusing. I mean, there's his number. I think what he's saying is this is his planet officially, but when he does business, he adds 1 to each digit, and that's how you identify how you really contact him. So when we find the guy we want, he might have a modifier. Okay, so that was clue 1. We got a code. We don't know how to use this, though. I think I can help you. How can I help you? Do you think it wants this number we got? Let's try it. 5107 is what we got. I guess I need to remove the security, save it, save a copy. It's so annoying to have to do all that. All right, let's see if this wants clue number 1's answer. 5107. I have no idea if that's what it wants. Yes, it does. Okay. All right. Remove security. Yes, of course. Save. Yes. All right. So he doesn't have hair. So we can get rid of this guy. He doesn't have specifically orange hair. So this guy is not our guy. Let's see what he has to say. There are no such things as aliens. Most of us don't come here for that. We come here to do business. That's why I'm here. The kind of business I'm in is none of your business. If you're ever in the market for things that aren't really on the market, let me know by subtracting 2 from each digit of my planet number. Then we can talk. I think the idea is that I don't think we need to use that information because I don't think we need to talk to him. That's my guess. We still got 3 suspects left. Okay, let's move on to our next thing here. Living Egyptians, walking animals, jars, and ankhs. So it sounds like it's another code. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 digits. We got into the box, didn't we? I think we got into the box with the 160. All right, I guess we're doing the same old thing here. We're counting people. This one seems a little more difficult. Living Egyptians, walking animals. All right, well, let's count them now. 1, 2. It's a little hard to see what's going on there. Okay, I guess she's just kneeling. There's a lot of Egyptians here. Let's count the middle first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, and up top we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 up top, 13, and then here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and a dead one. So 16 plus 13 plus 12 is 25, 35, 41. Walking animals. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Is that it? Just the 3? Okay, animals plus 3. Jars. Okay. It's a little trickier. Okay, let's start at top. 1, 2. Are these jars in their hands? Are they carrying jars on their shoulders? Well, let's assume not. 1, 2. Are these count as jars? This is exactly the kind of thing I don't enjoy. No, those are barrels of apples. But, all right, let's just assume that's not a jar. Things of flour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Let's just do it piece by piece. 2 at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle. And down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boy, the potential for small little mistakes. It's just enormous. 12. And then onks. Well, assuming there's no onk in this tiny, minuscule text, we've got 1 here, 2, 3, 4. Any down here? So I get 4 onks. So the code I get is 413124. What are the odds that that's correct? What are the odds that that's correct? And where does it want me to put that? In this one? Because the onk is there? Guess we'll try it. If it's wrong, it could be because it's the wrong thing to use, or it could be because we've missed some symbol. Odds of this being correct: 41, 3, 12, 4. It'll be a miracle if this is correct. Oh. It probably is this card, though there's no hint as to what it's used for. But what about this one? What is this? Moon has been colonized. Set out in search of the alien name. 4th planet from the sun. I guess that's going to be useful for that. Seems like we just have to count these better. So I counted 4 onks in the center. Let's see if we can improve that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there any other onks anywhere else? I mean, it's a pretty cool image here. I suppose I should be trying to enjoy it. It's a little difficult to enjoy it, though. Okay, I don't see any more onks. So now I have to count the 41 Egyptians. 41 living Egyptians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 at the top. That's what we got before. In the center, I have 3 plus 3 is 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's what I have. At the bottom, it's 5, plus 2 is 7. Plus another 5 is 12. Which is exactly what I wrote down. 41. The only thing left is jars and animals. Okay. 3 jars. Are they carrying jars? No, they're not. Those are just baskets of flour, I guess. Flowers. So just 3 jars. 3 jars at top? 3. Okay, so I wrote 2 jars at top. So maybe that's our error. But let's finish up jars. There's 1 there. 1, 2, 3 there. So 4 in the center, and I counted 6 down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so maybe jars should be 3 at the top, which is 13. 41, 3, 13, 4. Let's try that. What's the odds that this is going to be correct? 41, 31, 34. 41, 3, 13, 4. That's a miracle. Okay, he doesn't have a tattoo, or he doesn't have a mom tattoo. So that gets rid of this guy. The aliens that took me were the most terrifying things I've ever seen, and I've been in prison multiple times. I come here hoping to find ways to make sure I'm never taken again, and of course to do a little business. You'd be surprised at all the people who sell secrets in a place like this. I keep expecting Mulder and Scully to step out at any moment to arrest me. If you ask around enough, you can find out about the sorts of things I have for sale. If you need to make a purchase, add 5 to each digit of my planet number. It's a way for me to know that we've talked before, and a way to keep the owners of the Gray Club from taking a percentage. That's really why we all use different numbers than the ones we've been assigned. This place operates a lot like a small-time version of the black market. It's like Valley Falls' own little Silk Road, but don't tell anyone I told you that. All right, so we've done that. We're on the last one. We're going to take a break. I'm going to think about whether I want to keep going or take a break. I know the chat has said take a break, but I feel like maybe keep going. But 5 hours in, let's take a stretch. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. I took a stretch. I took a walk. I got some air. I'm in a good mood. We're going to keep playing and finish this game however long it takes. We've only been playing 5 hours. That's nothing. We've played a lot longer than that. It's only 3 a.m. We've got many hours till daylight. Feels like we're almost done with this case, actually. And this is a pretty cool scene in this alien abduction aficionado club. We've eliminated 3 potential suspects that could be our assassin. We've got only 2 people left. 1 more major clue that should eliminate 1 more of them. That will tell us who our assassin is. I suppose that is going to work on one of these unlocks, and then we're going to approach our suspect with the business proposition. Although we do have a second thing. So it's not 100% clear to me what, when you have eliminated 4 suspects, approach the Nightingale about a deal, provide the correct number. I feel like we could do that. I thought this was going to give us this. Maybe this will give us a name and then we'll go to here. I'm not sure, but let's find out. All right. The moon has finally been colonized. You begin your journey here, heading out in search of the true alien name of the one you seek. From there, you go to the 4th planet from the sun. Okay, so it's giving us directions to travel, and that's going to give us a name. I guess the name is going to come in here. He wants the name. Provide the name to the bartender. It's also the name of one of my favorite sci-fi. Sorry. Also the name of one of my favorite sci-fi characters. So the moon has been colonized. Okay, so I can see here. Here's Earth, 3rd planet from the sun, and there's our moon, K. So this is how we solve this. We started K. From there, you go to the 4th planet from the sun, which is L. Fourth planet from the sun. Then you change course and head to the planet closest to the sun, which is A. You think about leaving, but decide to spend a second day there. So that's another A. Right? Adventure beckons and you head to the planet that's closest to the smallest planet. Okay, the planet that's closest to the smallest planet. I guess that is T, which is closest to this, which looks like an equal sign. Maybe it's an F, but anyway, we're just going to the T. Is the next letter going to be a U? From there, it's just a short trip over to the smallest planet with rings. The smallest planet with rings is the U. Okay. Your journey has now come to an end. So Klaatu, which we're told is also the name of one of my favorite sci-fi characters of all time. Does anyone know what this is from? Now, it's 3 a.m. here. We've been playing for 5 hours. But YouTube says there's still 18 people. But Dorf knows the answer. It's from an old black and white movie called The Day the Earth Stood Still. And Klaatu was the robot, right? That came out. Pretty cool scene with that robot. All right, let's go to the bartender. Let's give him the name. And then he's going to give us some information. All right. So we're going to give him the name K-L-A-A-T-U. All right. So this is saying that our guy, the real assassin, doesn't have a scar above his eye. So he's not this guy. We could read his statement, even though I don't think it's needed. I come here because it's nice to be around other people who were taken just like I was. It was the most surreal, terrifying experience. Of course, not everyone here believes in our friends from the skies. Yes, I call them friends. I don't think they meant me any harm. They just scared me half to death, but I wasn't harmed. The planet I'm from can be found by subtracting 1 from each digit of the number the Gray Club assigned me. So we can find each of their planets. The planet I'm from can be found by subtracting each number. Okay, so that guy. All right, well, we don't know why we would care about all those instructions at this point. I guess we'll worry about that later. We've now used all of this page, and we've used all of the art on the windows. But here is our assassin, the only one that's left. We can approach our suspect with a business proposition. When you have eliminated the 4 suspects, approach the Nightingale about a deal. And then, what is the name of the assassin's planet? Let's read his thing. He says, I'm one of the abductees. I'd love to go back, only this time I want to be awake for the experience. I'm sure aliens are real. I'm also sure they will come back for me one day. Like everybody else here, I don't like being told what planet I have to identify with. That should be my choice. You're probably asking yourself what difference any of that makes, since the numbers don't really mean anything, but they do. Hackers, for instance, are from the planet Regripso. For the record, most of us who come here are also on the wrong side of the law in some way. Modifying our planet number allows us to communicate discreetly with certain people who know what our modification rule is. Mine is to add 2 to each digit of my planet number. So it's a little confusing here. They all have rules, but from what we understand, we only care about our guy. And furthermore, it seems like we could do either of these once we find this guy's planet. Okay, let's see. He says, add 2 to each digit of my planet number to communicate with me. So here is his planet. 223432. And he says Regripso are hackers, so he's a hacker. So we know his planet name now, and we know to communicate with him, we would add 2 to each of his numbers. And each of these people have different ways to communicate with them, but for him, it's 445654. But now we can do this because we know the name of his planet, we think. But this says, since you have eliminated 4 suspects, approach him about a deal by providing the correct number, which is probably this number. So, don't you find that strange? That we could do either of these? I guess this is the one that's just asking us for information. So I guess we do this one, unless there's something I'm misunderstanding. All right, well, I believe we know the name of his planet, R-E-G. R-E-G-R-Y-P-S-O. Okay, there's something I'm not getting. Let me just make sure I've typed in right. R-E-G-R-Y-P-S-O. Okay. What am I missing? All right, let me try this one. Maybe he's lying about his planet or something. Let's do this. So I'll have to reread it and try to understand what it's trying to get from me. So I'm going to provide the number to talk to him about a deal, which he says is he adds 2 to each digit of my planet number. But maybe he means modifying our planet number allows us to communicate discreetly. Add 2 to my planet number. That's confusing to me. I'm going to put this in, and if it doesn't work, then 654. Then we'll have to sit back and think about what's going over my head. Okay, that worked, but it wanted a password for something else. All right. Your suspect is gone when you get back to the booth where he was seated. You leave a note with the number 445654, which is his code on it. Then you head back to the bar to get a drink. Once you've finished your beverage, you take a chance and head back to Carmichael's table. He wrote something on the back of his receipt. They think I'm a hacker. Obviously, I have them fooled. If you can determine the name of the planet associated with assassins, I'll talk to you. Start at the planet where I've been assigned, then go west, south, southeast, due east. Okay, so that explains that. So he was assigned to, let's see if we can do this. He was assigned to Regripso. And then he says, go due west. Okay. Due south. Now 45 degrees southeast. Southeast is 45 degrees. So he hits that. Okay. Then due east, which is there. 45 degrees northeast. Okay, 45 degrees northeast is this line here, which I guess intersects this one. Tricaro. All right. So now I guess we're meant to put in this, answer this postcard. To actually talk with him. It seems like it's a bit confused about what file. So is it this one? GRAKARRO. Is that the right file? Okay. All right. All right, guys. All right. Let's open the right file. Nightingale is the file we want. Yeah, just download it again. It seems to be on the wrong document. Is it on the wrong document? No. Carmichael Benz. This is how it goes when the frustration sets in. It's like, oh, we're fine. And then the slightest inconvenience and the rage goes right back up to 100. All right. So you think you're fine. You think you're recovered from the frustration, but you're right, just sitting right on the edge. Carmichael Benz. Carmichael Benz studies you carefully. I am the Nightingale, but nobody has called me that in a while. To be honest, I haven't played the game in a few months. The game, you ask? Yeah, Legends of the Seven Moons. The role-playing game? The Nightingale is my screen name. You're an assassin. Everyone here is a criminal. Carmichael laughs. This is a game too. We LARP here. That stands for live action role play. The planets, the numbers, the crimes, that's all part of it. So the names Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy don't mean anything to you? A look of panic crosses the man's features. You've been talking to Thurston Billingsley, haven't you? He's my dad. Well, stepfather, actually, but he's the only father I've ever known. I have, you admit. He told me you're an assassin called the Nightingale, and you have been paid to kill the mayor of Valley Falls. Did he also tell you these are plot points of a suspenseful science fiction novel he's worked on for most of his adult life? He even took the name The Nightingale from my video game handle. You feel a knot form in your stomach, remembering what Otto Barnaby mentioned about Thurston's science fiction novels. He didn't mention that. All he talked about beside the plot was hating Otto Barnaby, the editor of the paper. Thurston sabotaged this week's issue and hid all of the details of the assassination attempt there. It was supposed to be a message meant for a secret cabal. This isn't good at all. Carmichael says, we've got to go. Every bit of this happens in Dad's book, right down to the part about planting a fake message in the newspaper to throw the investigator off the scent, while the investigator in the story, this would be you, is busy on a wild goose chase. The real killer, who happens to be a reporter at the Valley Falls Observer, is free to go after the actual target. To what end? Think about it, Carmichael said. Your professional rival leapfrogs you for editor-in-chief job at the paper. The first thing you would do is try to discredit the editor. What better way to do that than to sabotage an issue of the paper and get the editor in hot water? Then, if you were to break a huge story that involves a plot against the mayor and a secret cabal, the editor's job would be all but yours. The way to do that is to manufacture the plot against the mayor and make up all the details yourself. You've created a self-contained crisis that you're fully prepared to solve. That's like a fireman who sets fires so he can be the hero who puts them out. So you're saying Thurston made all this up to get the position of editor at the newspaper? My dad has a history of mental illness, Carmichael explains. He's brilliant but delusional. His meds normally keep things regulated. And this has nothing to do with the Cabal or aliens? There's no sniper? Carmichael shook his head. No, it's all a misdirect. But that doesn't mean someone isn't going to die. We need to go save the mayor of Valley Falls. The Nightingale isn't going to kill him. My father is. One last question, you ask. In the book, how does the mayor die? Carmichael looks at you with fear in his eyes. Bomb, he says, with a slight tremor in his voice, and if I'm right about all this, it's set to go off in his office. You may now access the location containing the bomb. I thought that last location was going to be the epilogue. In fact, it looks like we got a bomb on our hands before this case is over. This doesn't say anything about a bomb, but surely it is. All right, we got a bomb. Not over yet. We got more puzzles. Okay, solved all the puzzles, ready to close the case. What code unlocks the drawer? Okay, so we're in the mayor's office. What code dismantles the bomb? So we have to unlock the drawer and dismantle the bomb. Sounds like the bomb comes first. Okay, there's the bomb. We've got the mayor's office, and we've got two single-sided postcards. One looks like an alien head, and one looks like some alien arithmetic. All right, let's see what this says. We're in the mayor's office. Tell me how the story goes, you demand, as you and Carmichael arrive at the mayor's office. Well, in the book, the bomb references one of the pieces of art from the Grey Club, Carmichael explains. The key to disarming it lies somewhere in the lithograph. There's only one piece of art you didn't use, and you pull a copy of it up on your phone. Let's go, you say as you race toward the building. Once inside, you quickly find a fire alarm and pull the handle. Suddenly, it's pandemonium. People run to and fro, desperate to get out of the building that they believe is on fire. Among those you see run from the building is the mayor himself. At the very least, you foiled the assassination plot. We've only got 10 minutes, Carmichael replies. You go up to the mayor's office and focus on the bomb. I'll look for Dad in order to break the story. It's likely he's in here somewhere. You nod and head up to the mayor's office to find and disarm the bomb. Okay. Looks like we've got a 4-digit code. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Well, we can see that these are simply the symbols around this head. They look like a clock. Let's see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we do have 12. if we knew where it started, it looks like we could assign a digit to each. And then this is a fraction minus this. So probably we could, there may be a way to know which one is the 0, which one is the 1. But probably there's only one solution that gives us integers here. Let's see. What's the best way to do this? Probably with our overlay. So let's just put some numbers and we'll see where things go wrong. Where do you think the 1 would be? I guess if it was a clock, the 1 would be there. 2, 3, 4. I guess I'll just do it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's try that, and if it doesn't work, we'll adjust. So what have we got here? That's this one here. So this top thing would be 10 over 2 minus 4. So that's an integer. That's 1. So far, so good. This is 12 over 'Is it that one? No. This one right here. 12 over 6 plus 3. That's a 5. So far, so good. Okay, this is 11. Oh, now we've got a problem, unless that's a 1. 11 over, that is a 1, minus 7. That's a 4. And lastly, we've got this, which is 8 over 2 plus 5, which is 9. So it looks like 1, 5, 4, 9. 1, 5, 4, 9 is the code I get. I think I've solved that in under 10 minutes, or certainly in under 30. Let's dismantle the bomb. What happened? Does anyone disagree with my code? Better speak up now. 1, 5, 4, 9. The bomb is disarmed. Yet you can't completely relax. How did Carmichael know how much time was left to defuse it? As you consider that question, you hear the pop of a single gunshot and race out into the hall to find Thurston Billingsley alone and clinging to life. You've been duped, and now I'm being silenced. And this is all fake and taken from a science fiction novel you wrote. You're smart, Thurston says. Does that make sense to you? But Carmichael is your stepson. You persist. Thurston coughs. I was never married. The Nightingale. He set up the bomb to distract you while he took me out. That way, you'd allow him to eliminate his target and silence me all at the same time. I planted information in the paper just like the Cabal wanted. Unfortunately, you found out. That was my mistake. A Nightingale made me pay for it. Your blood runs cold at the thought that you were in the presence of a cold-blooded killer. But why the mayor, you ask? The mayor, he was going to tell the world about the Cabal and expose them. And the alien angle, you ask? A smokescreen to discredit people who might come out against them, or make me look like a fool and a nut job in the event they needed a fall guy. By wrapping the truth in something a lot of people don't believe in, it's simple to make them doubt everything, including the parts that are real. But is there proof of anything, you ask? Thurston's coughs again. This time much harder. Look in the locked drawer of my desk. Use the number of articles I tampered with. The original hour of the assassination plan from the Master of Puzzles. The total number of suspects from the newspaper and the number of the famous area associated with aliens. Use those numbers in order. And the first name of the mastermind of this whole thing. She's the comedian. Surely you don't think I was the only plant inside the newspaper. It's the last thing he says before he takes a deep final breath, shudders, and goes still. All right. So we have to come up with this code to unlock the drawer, and it's very convoluted. All right, he says, number of articles I tampered with. All right. So we think there are 8 articles tampered with. We don't have to look, right? We believe it's the number of items here. Each tampered article had a clue. So 8 tampered articles. The original hour of the assassination was at 3. I remember that. The total number of suspects from the newspaper. You mean the number of suspects that work at the newspaper? I'm pretty sure there were 5 of them. Or maybe they're just 4. Didn't really keep track of everything that well, to be honest. This part, at least. 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 suspects. I guess that's what it's asking. The number of the famous area associated with aliens, that's 51. Use those numbers in order and the first name of the mastermind. So 8, 3, 5, 5, 1. And then what does it want for the... Oh, the first name of the mastermind of the whole thing, she's the comedian. So that was our horrible person, right? Paige Sampson. I believe it was Paige Sampson was the comedian. She's could have been a comedian. First name Paige. Paige. All right, so that's the code I have. You think that that's right? I guess we'll try it out. If it doesn't work, we'll backtrack. Eight 3551 PAIGE. Hey, we got it. Paige Sampson was the mastermind. Paige Sampson was the mastermind behind the hidden messages in the paper, the hiring of the Nightingale, and the subsequent silencing of Thurston Billingsley. Technically, Thurston was behind the sabotage of the newspaper, but Paige was the one pulling the strings. In the drawer, you find an Interpol file on Benz and a series of Polaroids of Paige meeting with Benz. Some of the photos show her handing him a stack of money. The file confirms that Benz is wanted in the assassination killings of over a dozen men and women. There is more than enough there to tie Paige to Carmichael Benz. The Cabal's plan was well thought out. Based on the Nightingale's response to you when you discovered who he was, they had planned contingencies for everything, including the possibility that they would need to discredit Thurston. The story about the science fiction novel did exactly that, and you fell for it. After turning over the contents of Thurston's desk to the police, Paige Sampson is arrested. You wonder if the Cabal will decide she's valuable enough to spring from jail, or if they'll let her rot behind bars. Why kill Billingsley, you ask her before she's taken away? He was part of our team. Billingsley was a leak, Paige admits as she's led into the elevator. We were going to kill the mayor to quiet any mention of the Cabal, yet Billingsley openly admitted the group's existence to you. We couldn't let them live. He overestimated his importance to us. And what makes you think the mayor won't still tell all he knows? Paige looks at you carefully. Do you really think he's that stupid? He knows how close he came to dying. He'll keep his mouth shut. I know about the group too now, you say. So you do, she says with a wry smile. I'd advise you to tread lightly. We're always watching. A chill runs down your spine as you realize that your life was just threatened by an operative of a secret organization. It's a lot to consider. Fortunately, you can take comfort in the fact that you stopped an assassination plot against the mayor and disarmed a bomb that could have potentially killed or wounded hundreds. All in a day's work. Case closed. Well, we finished it. Almost exactly 6 hours of playtime. Now, I'm going to admit something terrible. I got lost here. What is there an aliens or not? What's the assassination about? Is it just about their cabal, which is doing illegal stuff? I mean, I get that they were killing people to cover up, to not have their cabal revealed. But, and I get that the guy was lying to us about his father and all that as their contingency, and he's killed lots of people. But what does the cabal do? They've killed a lot of people. Is it just that they're the assassination guild? But there's no aliens. They're just criminals? Is that what's going on? I think that's it. They're just underground sort of Silk Road, dark web killers. And they wanted to kill the mayor because he was going to reveal stuff. And their backup plan was to make some guy plant stuff in the paper so he would look like a suspect if things went out of hand. Okay, I get that part. The alien part. All right, so you know how this goes. We're going to take a very short 3-minute break. We're going to come back and discuss the case a little bit. So I'll see you in 3 minutes to talk about the case. Those of you who have stuck with me here for 6 hours, I want to hear what you think. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on the game. I am curious what you thought. I would say overall, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I mean, despite all the frustration and anger you may have seen, 6 hours, I start to get a little testy. It's interesting because, so this was a 3-bullet game. That means 3 puzzles I really was not thrilled about. We had the origami puzzle. We had the weird newspaper date subtraction puzzle. And then I forget which one I gave for this. Maybe 2 for the origami. But I guess what made those especially odd was that the rest of the puzzles were fairly straightforward. And I guess in that sense, this wasn't the best Deadbolt Mystery Society box. Oh, I think maybe I may have given a bullet for this puzzle. So I guess what you could say about this box is it's very generous. There's a lot in here. And I found the story fun. Like, the pacing was fun. We jumped between several locations. We had a newspaper, then we went into this club. We met a whole new set of suspects. And it was kind of fun. It was the traditional thing that I like, where it's like there's a supernatural element, sci-fi element, but is it real? Or is it just a cover for someone doing crimes? So I like that. I like the little finale where there's a bomb. I think, on paper, maybe the collection of puzzles, it's an odd collection, right? Because the most enjoyable deadbolts are when there's a good selection of puzzles that take you a while to figure out but are logical and make sense. And instead here what we got a whole bunch of easy puzzles and then a handful of unfairly difficult puzzles, it seems to me. That's a very weird mix. Because who is it for then? And the rating of the box, 7.5, I think that has to reflect just the couple of hard puzzles. Because most of the puzzles were easy, but it was the fact that there are a couple of really hard ones that makes you have to kick up the overall rating to a 7.5. On the other hand, as a total experience, it is like there is a real formula and a feel for these Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes, and they're almost all enjoyable. There's enough narrative to be enjoyable. And the process, the way it's broken up into multiple chapters. And I like this conspiracy thing. Yeah, although I think, again, if you look at the puzzles, some of my favorite Deadbolt Mystery Society games have involved some real deduction reading comprehension. But if you look at this one, for example, the couple places where that was used is that last puzzle said, use the name of the mastermind, she's the comedian. Well, we knew exactly who that was. So we never had to really go looking to make sense of stuff and go looking to find stuff. So not particularly deep. Same thing with the newspaper. It was cute. Like each article had a little ad that was a hint. For the most part, just a smooth, kind of fun little story. Not so little, though, quite a long one, but a couple of really painful puzzles, like that origami thing. Maybe that's just me, but I do think there was another puzzle that was a bit unfair. So where would I rank this with the other Deadbolts? I mean, it's definitely not in my top tier, just because the puzzles were not that good. The components, the art, all good. It's just the puzzles were not particularly satisfying, but they were mostly smooth, except for those bad ones, and the story was fun. Not kind of a little weird, kind of like a family, like not a gruesome serial killer here, but killer organization. I guess it was fun to just have the alien element here, even though it didn't seem like it was really, I liked thinking that there was an alien involved, even though it turned out there wasn't, which is okay by me too. I enjoyed it, but I would rank it maybe below the halfway mark if I rank the Deadbolts. Not at the very bottom, but maybe below the halfway mark. Joseph Mayu says, I like how the title of the box has a double meaning, the conspiracy to assassinate and the conspiracy theory of the aliens. Like most boxes I enjoy, I get a real pleasure when the story takes on an unexpected turn that the premise outlines in the beginning. Yeah, I do like that. It was fun that the killer played a trick on us. And I liked the setting. I liked the story reasonably well. Yeah, not bad. What does everyone else think? If there is anyone else, time to come out of the dark, come out of the shadows and give your opinion. Dorf says, as much as I like Deadbolts, there's usually at least one bullet puzzle in each box. Yes, I think that's fair. I like when there's always multiple things you can tackle at any given time. I will say that twice we had to count objects in photos, and especially that Egyptian one where we had to count 40 people. Like, to me, that's not, it was only acceptable because the theme was so conspiracy, alien, weird. Otherwise, that's not what I want in a puzzle. I don't want it to tell me to count the number of things I see in a picture, and I don't want it to tell me to fold some origami. I want a little more thinking involved. But in this case, when we got to that alien club, that was very fun, and it sort of makes sense that there would be secret codes and ways of communicating. All right. Well, that was a full 6 hours. I apologize for my anger. Thank you for joining me. If you played this box on your own, I would love to hear what you thought of it. Did you have an easier time with some of this than we did? I'd love to read your comments. Dorf says, a brain twister and emotional roller coaster. Okay, so I will see you on Sunday for the Game Design Diary, where I update you all on my progress on the New York Noir game that I've been working on for 2 years. We'll see if we're going to play anything else before then. Maybe after this 6-hour session, I need to take a little bit of a break. 6 hours today, 6 hours last night playing 7 Citadel. Maybe I need a night off. But next week we will surely play something. Let me know what you want to play. I'll see you next time.